set, go. set, go.
And welcome back, everybody. We've reached that critical phase in the British Rental Kart Championship where all the heat races have been complete. The 100 drivers have been scoring points over the 4 rounds of heat races. They've each had 4 heat races with which to score. Top points of 40 were available. We've got the that 100 driver entry whittled down to 30 for the semi-finals, which are about to start. And in the first semi-final, qualifying through, we have got Zach Venn, we've got Stepan Pudlik, we've got Robin Kassam, we've got Anton Schopler, we've got Christopher Ball, we've got Sven Hendrickson, we've got Bartosz Babits, we've got Sam Slater, we've got Mason Brown, and the incredible performing Eliana de Vos. As we await the first semi-final race, there are 3 semi-final races, 10 karts in each. Now, they have to continue to score points. The points they scored in the heat races do still count. So these these semi-final points go on top of the heat race points. So if you were first, you're going to get 10 points in the semi-final, and your last 1 point, everything in between will be added to your existing score. So some people have more work to do than others. Now, somebody with in this first heat race who doesn't have a lot to do, well, he has something to do, but he's already scored very well, is Eliana de Vos. He is almost straight through to the final. He just has to get a half decent result in this, he will be through. Someone with a little bit more work to do might be someone like Zach Venn or Stepan Pudlik. They've worked their best to get into the semi-final. They're going to be faced with having to win if they're going to get through to the final, and winning includes beating the likes of Eliana de Vos. Those 10 I mentioned are in the first semi-final race. We will be bringing the heats for the heat entries for each one as we come to it. The karts, I'm looking out the window, they're starting to get into them. It's been an incredible championship so far. The points have been very tight, especially around the cut-off point. Some drivers have been fairly low down in terms of position, but just missing the semi-final literally by a handful of points. And in one case, Zach Venn, a move at the end of his last heat race on Felipe Vieira made the difference between which one of those two actually went through. So Zach Venn scraping through in 30th place, one position that he made up in the race over Felipe Vieira, who was second in the World Championship one year, if you remember that. Pushed Vieira out of qualifying for the semi-finals, and Zach Venn was able to move in by 1 overtake maneuver. That is how tight these scores have been. So we will obviously be heading down soon. I'm James Auld. We've got Anthony Jordan as always in the pit lane, and we will be bringing it to you. Scruffy Bear Media have been absolutely outstanding so far with the coverage, it has to be said. We've had some amazing pictures, better than ever. Some of it, remember Lewis Manley's eyes, some who've been watching all weekend will remember that shot as he was trying to chase down double world champion and 6 times British Rental Kart Championship winner Ruben Boutons. The track here at Formula Fast has been as good as ever. They've had to counter issues with moisture due to the rising falling temperatures. They've done it with the new dry system, and the racing has carried on unimpeded. We've not noticed it, and that says everything about the standard here at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. Interestingly, if you are into your karting and you want to race here on the track that you're seeing with this international competition, it can be done. You can simply book in for a regular ride and drive, and you certainly can actually compete here in the championship that they have. So we're heading out for the qualifying. We're going to go down now live. Anthony Jordan is in the pit lane. This is an absolute melting pot of talent here, Anthony. This is going to be a tough heat if ever there was one.
Oh, it certainly is. I've been scouring over the grids actually with yourself, and while we were looking at them we were thinking, oh, who made these up? Because I certainly wouldn't want to be in any of these races. Eliana de Vos, Mason Brown, Sam Slater in this one. What a race that's going to be.
Indeed, and what will add to the excitement, Anthony, is that for the semi-finals we're going to have a replay facility. So anyone watching at home, look out for that little replay thing in the corner. So it may not be a double pass, it may be just a replay of what you've seen, which will bring us close at the action. We'll see what happens there. So they're out on the qualifying. This is crucial. This is going to be the toughest qualifying these guys have faced all weekend long. As they continue to come around their round and on their qualifiers now. Everyone has started their qualifier. First one through is going to be Robin Kassam. What can Robin Kassam do? He's going to be on the provisional pole whatever happens. Yes, he is. But he's been beaten straight away by Christopher Ball. Christopher Ball's gone fastest. Babbitt's is second. Pudlik is second. Zach Venn is third. Zach Venn third, but Eliana Vos to the front, Anton Schoppler, and they've all been beat by Sam Slater. Sam Slater with Hendrickson coming in third. An incredible qualifying session there, and it has gone the way of Britain's Sam Slater, who will start this race in the pole position. He's going to start in first place from Eliana de Vos. Sven Hendrickson has come steaming through into that third place position. Hendrickson, a sort of mid-range qualifier in terms of the points to get into this race. When it comes to the lap time for the qualifying proper, he's in third. Mason Brown is fourth. Anton Schoppler is fifth. Christopher Ball, he was looking for points in this. He's currently 11th in the point standings. He needs points from this to get in the final. Stepan Pudlik is in seventh. Zach Venn has been bundled back to eighth. Bartosz Babic, a winner, is in ninth, and Robin Kassam rounds him out in 10th. So the lineup is being made there. If we look on the screen, we can just about see Sam Slater on the orange side of his overalls. There he is in the front there. Sam Slater will lead the way from the epic Eliana de Vos. In third position, that is Sven Hendrickson. He's actually a Dutch driver, sounding very Scandinavian though. And so there's De Vos. There is Hendrickson that we're looking at there. Behind that is going to be Mason Brown, the young American. And we've heard him commentating so far. There he is, just setting that camera going. Mason Brown, those listening all weekend will have heard Mason Brown talking in the commentary. But Sam Slater, the first semi-final of the British Rental Car Championship 2024 is about to get underway. Sam Slater, he pulls the pin. We're going green and the race is on. Sam Slater across the line, followed by Eliana de Vos, followed by Hendrickson into the Snell section. No passing going on there. Everyone's very tight, always getting a bit bunched to the back. But it's Sam Slater leading out around the exit there, the Snell, onto the two fast corners, and then it's the backstretch, the fast backstretch that leads to the hairpin at the end, where a lot of overtaking happens. So as they stream down, it's Sam Slater first to the hairpin in the lead. He makes it through okay. Eliana de Vos is following him. Now, strategy is going to play an increasingly important part of this. There's still just one pit stop in this race. There's going to be two in the final. But Sam Slater leads the way. He's on the Snell. Eliana de Vos is following him at the moment. And there is Zach Venn bringing them up round the back there. So, sorry, Robin Kassam, not Zach Venn. Zach Venn is, in fact, in 8th position. So, round they go. The field streams round. No moves yet, no changes. As round they are. This is a serious entry here. Sam Slater hanging on with the lead there, but he's under increasing pressure from the epic Eliana de Vos with Sven Hendrickson, Mason Brown, Anton Schoppler and Anthony. We've seen nobody in the pits yet. They are all nose to tail. It would be time maybe if somebody thought they're out of place, but how on earth can you think you're out of place when you're in this calibre of competition?
I think the only way we're going to see a pit stop coming in at this sort of stage is if someone tries to go for a move on someone. If someone tries to go for the move, then it will delay others and they'll find it's only best to now chuck it in the pit lane. But of course, if they double stack at this stage, it's very easily done
into the
to
pits.
double stack. Yeah, third place is in. Right, okay, this is the 13 coming in now. This is Sven Hendrickson into the pits. Nice one on the first one. Gets that green light, comes into gate number 2 now. Gets that green first pit stop, and it's a good one.
And Sven Hendrickson gets back out and into the race. Now, he's obviously last as a result of that. Bit of an interesting one from Sven Hendrickson because he was running third. Now, Eliana de Vos is waving Sam Slater on. There is communication between these drivers, not verbally, but they do have a set of understood signals. And what Eliana de Vos wants is for Sam Slater to race away. Eliana de Vos needs just a few points from this to guarantee himself a place in the final. But he doesn't want it to be hard work. He wants to get those points. He wants to secure it with possibly a win, certainly a second or third. And he doesn't want Sam Slater thinking that he's going to challenge him. He wants Sam Slater to put in some nice, clean, fast laps and draw away from the rest of the competition. So there's Slater turning in. There is Eliana de Vos. And there's the new third place, Mason Brown. You heard him talking earlier on in the commentary, Mason Brown, as he comes around the final corners there and across the line. There's a gap in front of him. That was occupied by Sven Hendrickson and Anthony. There is a bit of a gap breaking away at the rear, but the main gap up front is the one where Sven Hendrickson was.
Yes, exactly. I was just noting that the fact that Mason Brown on the lap where Hendrickson came in, he actually set the fastest lap of the race, which shows that he does have the pace and may have felt like he was being held up, but he held his nerve, he didn't pit, and now he's actually gained some time there. So that's actually a benefit to Mason Brown, and you can see now that he is pulling away from the front bumper of Anton Schoppler, and he is closing in on these leading two here.
Indeed, he needs to, because as you alluded there, the fastest lap went over to Eliana de Vos, and in this lap, when he's been freed, as you pointed out, Mason Brown has now gone fastest again. So that fastest lap in this race, going backwards and forwards between the second place Eliana de Vos and Mason Brown. It was Brown, and as you were talking, went to Vos and then back to Brown. So those two really trading that time. Sam Slater is also on the quickest, so obviously he's at the front. He's got Eliana de Vos with him. And is there another one in?
There is indeed, yeah. It's the number 20 that's come in. This is Stefan Budlik, who's pitted now. Gate number 1 is good. How is he going to affect himself with Henriksen, who's coming around the final corner now? It's going to be mighty close, and I think it's going to be Henriksen.
You're right, Henriksen goes around the outside of Pudlik. We've seen it so many times. The one coming out of the pits has the inside line, but the one continuing is on the outside line, but with more momentum, carrying speed. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This time it's worked for Sven Henriksen. He's gone round the outside of Pudlik. He has gone into that position, which is 9th. Doesn't sound like much, but it may count when these pit stops cycle through. So 2 in fairly early in this semi-final race. Anthony, they are now nose to tail, those 2 pit visitors. I don't think they were in that sort of position when they were running out originally on the start.
No, exactly that. So nice change of pace here, and I'm just watching and thinking who's going to pit next. I can guarantee someone who's not going to pit probably all the way into the very last moment, and that's your current race leader, Sam Slater. He has got far too much pressure to pit now after leading this one. He's going to have to wait to the very last lap.
Well, a very gutsy pit stop now. You were talking earlier on about the speed of Mason Brown. He continues to lower that lap record for this race. He is now on the tail of Eliana de Vos, and maybe Mason Brown will feel that it's actually Sam Slater up at the front that is, he's faster than, and that's holding up Eliana de Vos, and therefore it could be Mason Brown in. None of the front runners are coming in, and Sam Slater's waving as if to say, yep, we're going to come on. And he's pulling those forward, but it is actually still Mason Brown who's got the fastest lap in this race. He's now caught up behind Eliana de Vos.
Yes, and that brings me to a point as well now, that if Sam Slater and Eliana de Vos both decide to pit before Mason Brown, it releases Mason Brown. And if they do that, he'll be able to keep getting those fastest laps and pull open a gap and maybe get the overlap on them. So they need to keep him behind them and not let him break away. It's going to be difficult, it's going to be hard, and if Mason Brown goes for the move, that's how he's going to have to deal with it.
I think you're right there. Now, one interesting thing is going to be around Eliana de Vos. Now, Anthony, want to throw this one your way as well. If we were to see Mason Brown come in the pits, I wonder if Eliana de Vos would pit immediately to cover that, or whether he would stay out there behind Sam Slater.
If Mason Brown pitted now, I would if I was Eliana de Vos, I would pit immediately afterwards, because you've got to block him because he knows he's faster. I mean, look at the timing screen. I mean, Vos has gone faster that time around, so they are matching sort of pace at the moment. But I think on a sheer open track, it's going to be a close call, but I think Mason Brown would have the momentum here over Eliana de Vos.
Yeah, because Eliana de Vos, although it's Sam Slater in the lead, and we wish you the best for Sam, he would deserve this as much as anybody, but Eliana de Vos is potentially, when it comes to position, he's worried about Sam because Sam's in the lead, but when it comes to sheer pace, maybe in this situation he's actually more worried about the driver behind him, Mason Brown, especially as we've been talking if Brown came into the pits. None of them are in yet, Anthony, so it is academic, but by and large I think maybe the course of this race will depend on the choice of pit stop timing of third place Mason Brown.
Yeah, 100% on this one. Purely because he's been setting fastest laps. So I say that on that last lap, it actually went to Christopher Bell. So Christopher Bell, who's in the number 11, you can see him behind Anton Schoppler. He is now the fastest driver on circuit, and that continues to be the case when the drivers cross the line this time around. So again, these drivers may be looking at that and thinking, it's probably better to pit now and then use that empty track as my advantage now to break that advantage.
Yeah, and Christopher Ball really coming of age in this tournament. He's listed in 5th place in this race. He's been getting 2nd places, 3rd places. He hasn't won one yet, but he's definitely a driver moving up the order in terms of the international competition, because this time last year he did well, but he was nowhere near this level that he's showing this time around. But since then, he has taken part in a number of the various other European national championships, just the same as this one, and his performance has improved as a result. Obviously, it's worth taking the Mullering sometimes you're going to get at this level to do the improvements. He then comes back home and wins at home day in, day out. But Christopher Ball there is in 5th place, and he qualified through into this race by being 11th on the point scoring, which would literally be 1 place out of a final. However, down in 5th place, that could hurt his point scoring. And he may need to up the game a little bit in order to leapfrog away into the final itself. There's Chris Ball we're looking at now. He's the 5th of those drivers. There he is on screen, heading down the back straight. You can see right in front of his shopper. He can actually see the leader from there. And I think, Anthony, in those situations, as a driver, you almost want to reach out ahead and grab him, don't you, and pull him back to you.
Yeah, definitely so. But again, keeping an eye on those times, you're seeing those quicker times come into play now. Stefan Pudlik at the back of the field. He's now got the fastest lap of the race. He's starting to close in on the grid up front. So these late pit stops, they may need to start thinking about coming into the pit lane to cover off some of these attacks.
Yeah, Pudlik has in fact moved ahead of Hendrickson, those watching at home. We've been looking at the front of the field, but Hendrickson has lost a place to Stefan Pudlik. He kind of got him on the pit stop exit, but they are still running very quick. In fact, Pudlik has set the new fastest lap of this race. So Stefan Pudlik, there he is. He's way back from the leaders because he's made a pit stop, but he is the fastest on the track. Here he is, the Polish driver, Stefan Pudlik. And Pudlik here is part of the Blue Star team for this weekend. Such a late addition to that team that he's not in the traditional blue that Belgian team uses. He's in his own Polish national colours. And, in the pits now.
Yep, he's in the pit lane now. We've got the number 8 in, so this is Bartosz Babic who's in the pit lane. All good on gate number 1, comes into gate 2, and yeah, 2 green lights. He comes out behind the 2 that have already pitted.
Yeah, it's kind of a surprise he's that far back from Pudlik, but when you think about it, Pudlik running so fast, that is why he's pulling away. It has to be said, Anthony, we've got about 9.5 minutes to go in this race, and lots of pit stops to still come.
Yep, indeed. We've had 3 pit stops, 7 drivers still yet to stop out there, and yeah, it's going to be very close. And with the top 4 being so close as well, pit stop strategy is going to be key.
Yeah, and if you factor in Chris Ball back in 5th place, that is a very close bit of cover. It's literally probably about 3 or 4 seconds, which means they're close enough that they could get in each other's way if 2 cars were to pit at the same time. However, they might be far enough that, say, Chris Ball in 5th could end up coming into the pits not realising there's cars in front of him that's in the pit lane, simply because the amount of traffic around his area. He's waving at somebody. He's received some sort of signal. We're seeing Chris Ball there on the screen.
Yeah, no, well, I can tell you what that is. Christopher Ball is getting a little bit impatient here. He's riding that rear bumper of Anton Schoppler, and I think that was just apologising for a little bit of front-to-rear contact out of the final corner. That's all that was. But it just shows that the pressure is certainly on these drivers to gain as many positions as they can. And for Christopher Ball, I would say he is right on the limit. And now, after that one, yeah, he's got 2 impatient. He's come to pit, and now he's going to see what he can do here. Green light on the first gate, comes into gate number 2. You've got the other drivers coming around now. Pudlik is coming around as well, so he's getting very, very close here, and it's side by side.
Yeah, he's coming out side by side with Stefan Pudlik, but Pudlik with the momentum has taken the position, and there we can see on screen now, Christopher Ball will he have known where Pudlik was originally, because Pudlik pitted pretty early. Now the danger is that Christopher Ball only really had eyes for those in front of him. The danger would be that he wasn't factoring in Pudlik. He may well have been, but that would be the danger. Now he's behind Pudlik, and the question for him really is how far up the order really is Stefan Pudlik, because as we look, we can see the gap between, he is some 12 seconds back. So Christopher Ball, this may have worked or not for him. I know that's kind of, 50-50, but into the pits, Eliana de Vos.
Yep, he had dropped off the back of Sam Slater just a little bit. Green light on the first gate, comes into gate number 2 now. Rapid on the brakes, rapid on the power. He's going to come out with some clear track in front and behind.
Yeah, and if he feels he's kind of, not gone to sleep, but sort of losing it a little bit behind Sam Slater, this could be the sort of refresh that he needs. Now, Eliana de Vos has been released. He's in clear air. He can make up whatever speed he wants as Eliana de Vos is looking to leapfrog Sam Slater out on the track. Will Slater counter that with an immediate pit stop? It's up to him whether he does or doesn't. He's got plenty of time either way. We're looking at Eliana de Vos. Anthony, this Eliana de Vos, this is what he's trying to do now. He's trying to be fast. He's trying to leapfrog Sam Slater. So when Slater comes out the pits, Eliana de Vos is comfortably clear and away in the lead. That is his plan.
Yep, it certainly is, but it's not going fully his way as Stefan Pudlik again sets the fastest lap of the race, who's right behind him. So now he's going to have pressure from behind him as well, but this could help him out still. It could push him along. Like you were saying, he's got that clear track. He's got the advantage now that the front two were trying to avoid. Sam Slater is trying to avoid Eliana De Vos trying to get this leapfrog. And as well, he's kind of given a green light to Mason Brown here to put his pedal to the metal here, and he's trying to close that gap up to Sam Slater as well.
Well, every one of those drivers you've mentioned are seriously going to get on it, because the major fly in the ointment for everybody is almost certainly Stefan Pudlik, the Polish driver, because he pitted very early. There was a 5-car battle at the front, which they were probably all considering that was going to be the battle for the win. But when you consider where Eliana De Vos has come out of the pits, and he's got Stefan Pudlik so close behind him, in real terms, you know, it's literally you know, a few car lengths now. Stefan Pudlik is going to be the proverbial pain in the butt to every one of those top 5, because Stefan Pudlik might push 1, 2, 3, maybe all of them down and into pits.
Yep, into the pit lane now comes Mason Brown, and on gate number 1 it's good, they're double stacking. Robert Kazan has come in as well. Kazan's got a green light on the front one, now comes into gate number 2, he gets a good one, and look how close that is with Mason Brown.
Yes, it's very close indeed, and he's just come out in front of Eliana De Vos. Eliana De Vos is a net loser in this now. Anthony, you were talking earlier on about the sheer speed of Mason Brown, and how we were thinking that for position, Sam Slater, as Eliana De Vos is concerned, but maybe for speed.
An invalid stop has actually come out for Robin Kassam as well, so that's just popped up on my screen. It looked like he got 2 greens, but actually no, he got a penalty. Unfortunate. Back up at the front, we're looking at Mason Brown leading Eliana De Vos. This is what De Vos would have feared most, the speed of Mason Brown when released on his own. He kind of maybe should have covered it earlier, but Eliana De Vos knows what he's doing. I think he's going to have enough points to comfortably make the final, but De Vos, it's just the kind of inconvenience he probably won't want. But you can see Mason Brown having to get defensive. Eliana De Vos is clearly intent on passing him on the road, waiting for Sam Slater 30 laps in to come into the pits. There's no sign of that yet, but it's a massive battle brewing, and it involves Stefan Pudlik as well, Christopher Ball and Sven Hendrickson. They're listed 6th, 7th, 8th, but they will be a factor in the overall race result at the front in this. This is going to be tighter at the finish, maybe even than it was at the start. Anthony, this is definitely going to kick off in the last few laps, but Sam Slater's still not in. Exactly that. If I was Sam Slater, and I've been saying this for many drivers across the day, I would pit sooner rather than later. These drivers who are in this quartet now, all in position, they are pushing each other along, gaining that time. They are closing in on Sam Slater. He's still got enough time, don't get me wrong, Sam Slater is still covered, but for how much longer? There is not much time left in this race. He needs to pit now. Yes, because the danger for Sam Slater, of course, as we saw, there we are on screen with Sam Slater, if he comes out and he gets passed by Mason Brown, or is even alongside by Mason Brown, there's a chance he's going to lose places to every single one of them, because there's no gap for him to fit in. He'll be passed by Brown, he'll be passed by De Vos, he'll be passed by Pudlik, he'll be passed by Chris Ball, he'll be passed by Sven Hendrickson possibly. This could be a disaster if he does not come out in first place for Sam Slater. It's going to be a tough one. He's going to have to be fast. There's no two ways about it, but currently fastest is Stefan Pudlik. Now Slater's doing quick individual laps now, but they're not quite at the pace that Pudlik was doing earlier. Basically, we're just going to have to be patient, Anthony, and see what happens, but it's down to Slater now whether he wins this or he's right down near the tail of the field. Yeah, exactly that. He's got to be careful, though, as time is running out. There's about a minute until we're going to see the pits closing light come on. Remember, Anton Schoppler, Zach Venn, and Sam Slater all need to pit. So they could be doubling up. And there's the light. There's the light. They have to pit now. So Slater, there's 3 cars need to come in on this very lap. Yeah. Not least of which is race leader Sam Slater. Yeah, exactly that. So luckily they're fairly spread out on the circuit. It shouldn't be too bad, but you don't want to risk something like this, especially this is your last attempt and you need to nail this pit stop.
Absolutely right, Anthony, and you've got the word right there, risk. Risking that late stop, because a risk is always a risk.
Here comes Sam Slater into the pit lane now. Let's see if this is enough. Oh, and they're double stacking. Shopler's right behind. It's ruined Shopler's race. There's the green light. It's a green light for both of them in gate 1. Gate 2, green light. Wait for it. Gate 2, green light. Both of them. And Sam Slater comes out miles ahead. And here's Shopler right in the middle of it.
And Shopler has got very lucky, simple as that, very lucky. Somehow a gap had appeared between Mason Brown and Eliana de Vos, and the big massive get out of jail free. He might hate me for saying this, but it's as simple as that. He left it late, he double stacked with Sam Slater, and Anton Shopler ran the risk of getting freight trained, as I was explaining, but somehow a gap had opened up between, probably through some incident or other, between de Vos and Mason Brown, and Anton Shopler was able to get in that. As it happens, he's going to come through in third. This is an absolutely outstanding change of circumstance there. We have got the carts nose to tail all the way through. Sam Slater with a clear lead over Mason Brown, but it's third backwards that contains nearly the entire rest of the field. Let's have a look at this. This is that battle I'm on about. So we're focusing there on Pudlick. Now there's Slater, the leader. Behind him is Mason Brown. They're about as comfortable as you could get. There they are. But here's that battle. Shopler, there is Eliana de Vos, Pudlick, Ball, Hendrickson, and Zach Venn has come onto the back of that. Zach Venn. Now, if this kicks off, could Zach Venn make it through? It's unlikely, but it's far more likely than if he wasn't there in the first place. So Zach Venn, he may be able to do something in this race. He was on the absolute bubble. He barely made it. He was the third and final qualifier. But if it kicks off and Zach Venn somehow weaves through whatever carnage occurs, it could work for him. There's Zach Venn. Now here's Shopler leading through. This is how tight it is. We're on the last lap now. The last lap has been called. This is where it's going to kick off. If it is, there's way too many carts nose to tail for nothing to happen. Everybody's going to try, because there's some people with a lot to lose, such as Eliana de Vos, and there's some people with everything to gain in that group, such as Zach Venn. There's Hendrickson as they come around. It's going to be Sam Slater surely for the win, and he's done a sterling job of leading from the front there, Sam. We had some questions, but they've been answered by this superlative performance. It's Sam Slater straight into the final surely, and Mason Brown takes second. Shopler, is he going to be third? Yes, he is, from de Vos and Pudlick and Ball and Hendrickson and Venn. And Bartosz Babic will come through in 9th place, and here comes Robin Kassam to round about in 10th place. His BRKC may be over, but he made it to the semi-final. A great showing there by the southern-based Robin Kassam. Now, we have to double check these points, and these guys will be looking at the point scores in the others. Remember, the semi-finals, it's not really knockout in the sense that normally would occur in Britain. It's knockout in terms of points. The semi-finals are the right to continue scoring. Full 10 points there to add to his score is Sam Slater. There's the replay. That was at the end there. You can see carts left and right. And crossing the line, Sam Slater takes it. You can see his exultation. Relief as much as anything else. A fantastic victory in semi-final 1 to Sam Slater. Anthony, over to you in the pits. As we wait for Anthony in the pits, give us a shout when you're ready, Anthony. But what an incredible race there, and so many people worth talking to in the middle of that.
Yeah, so much. Sorry, I was just organising the drivers a little bit because I've got to get them over to the podium in a brief moment. But yeah, very, very close all the way throughout that one. Absolutely superb racing, all down to strategy at the end there. Right, I've got to get my drivers over to the podium now because, of course, coming in third place in that one, an absolutely superb one. We will start with third place, which of course is our man Mason Brown. But where is Mason? Is Mason going to bless us with his presence?
He's next to you.
Oh no, that's Mason. Yes. You came second, didn't you?
I did.
You did. You're not who I'm after. I'm after someone else, and that person is Eliana de Vos. That's who I was meant to be saying.
Second and third next to you, mate. Might be worth it.
Well, it's nice to do him in order. Right, we'll do second. Well, no, now he's walked away from me. Oh, blimey, professional as ever. Right, Mason, come on back. Right, okay, well, firstly, well done. You get a medal, second place. Congratulations. Your pose over the line there certainly looked like you were excited to finish in second place there. Was that what you needed?
Yeah, that's what I needed for the final. I needed a top 7 to be barely in it and a top 3 to be in a good spot for it. So I'm very happy with that.
You certainly got what you needed then, didn't you? But finals are a lot longer of a race. 2 pit stops in that one. Brand new strategy comes into play, and what we saw from there, strategy was key.
Yeah, strategy there was good. Also trying to help out my teammate Anton to try and get him a little closer. But once I came out in front of Eliano, I knew I had to lock it down, and then once there was enough of a pack where he had to defend, I was able to run free, and that's what I planned.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done. Enjoy that medal, and we'll see you out in the final a little bit later on.
Thank you.
Excellent. Right, let's bring Sam Slater in. Sam, come on over. Sam, well, this year's semi-finals get a cracking little trophy. Look at that. You can take that one. Obviously, well, I can't wait to see the trophy for the final. Sam, that secures yourself for the final, I believe, as well. So that's all done and dusted. What a feeling.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I did actually win the semi-final last year without one of these. So when I saw that these were on the table, yeah, I just thought, well, I got to win again, haven't I? But yeah, I am over the moon with that. There was an absolute heart-sinking moment when I came down the straight with about 3 minutes to go. My engine stalled, and I was stood still for 2 seconds, and I had to reach over. I knew where the cable was, and I probably shouldn't have, but I just wrenched it, started it back up, did my pit stop, came out with about 1 second when I had about a 3-second lead. So, yeah, that could have all gone wrong.
Have all gone wrong, but it didn't, and you come away with a win on that one, and we'll see you in the final later on.
Thank you, mate.
Excellent stuff. Right, Eliano de Vos is just over there. If you pan the camera round, he's not coming over to say hello just yet. He's having a bit of a moment, so I'll give him his medal, and I'm sure he's delighted, and hopefully he's in the final. But the next qualifying session is out on track. James, over to you.
Yeah, wasn't Shopler third?
Was Shopler third?
Anyway, the next semi-final is going to be an epic. There's no question about it. In this one, we've got Johnny Elliott, we've got Harrison Kirkham, we've got Melanie Motts, we've got Ryan Taylor, we've got Mateus Matus, we've got Selena Balnega, Bradley Shepard, Lewis Manley, Vika Schletz, the reigning champion, and this 6 times BRKC winner, Ruben Boutons. So the times are going to come in soon. It's Ruben Boutons who's going to crack off that first lap time as he gets the checker flag. Let's see what happens here. So Boutons is going to be first. Yes, he is, but he's been beaten immediately by the looks of things. Vika Schletz is fastest. Well, they're coming in thick and fast. We'll just see what, as the screen updates. It's still Vika Schletz. Vika Schletz from Bradley Shepard. And Selena Balnega, Mateus Matus, Lewis Manley, Johnny Elliott. Ruben Boutons, the 6-time winner, is down in 7th place. Ryan Taylor 8th, Melanie Motts 9th, and Harrison Kirkham rounds him out in 10th. So, and it was a real all-star qualifying entry list, but Vika Schletz prevails, the reigning BRKC champion from Bradley Shepard. And then it's Selena Balnega. Mateus Matus is going to start in 4th place. Lewis Manley into 5th place. Johnny Elliott 6th. The shock of that is Ruben Boutons down in the 7th place qualifier. He's only 2 tenths off, but that is what's going to make the difference there. Well, just over 2 tenths. Ryan Taylor is 8th. Melanie Motts is 9th. And Harrison Kirkham there in the 10th spot, we can see. So there is Vika Schletz. He is the reigning BRKC champion. He went away with the trophy last year. He went away with the £1,000 first prize. He went away with the free entry to the World Championship. And there is Bradley Shepard, team boss of BSR. When it counts, you can count on Bradley Shepard, no doubt about it. As they're coming round, we're going to get this one started by the looks of it. Yes, we are. Vika Schletz leads him round, the reigning champion. He's going to pull the pin. Yes, he is. There he goes. And away they are. Across the line, beginning the semi-final 2. It's Vika Schletz. He's got the whole shot. He's into the snail. They're all battling, but running wide was the 4th place, which was Matus. And he's okay, though. And Lewis Manley tucks in behind him. A bit of a gap, in fact, as they file themselves round. Now, we are going to see an absolute strategic masterclass here. Blue Star Racing will be on the case about this. They know they've got Vika Schletz first. They want Vika Schletz in the final. They also want Ruben Boutons in the final, and they will be working with him to elevate him from his 7th place into a final qualifying position. Obviously, it depends on points. He's got to keep scoring. He may or may not have enough. They know how many places he needs to get into that all-important final, and that is the key at the moment. The key is to get into the final, especially from a Blue Star Racing and a Ruben Boutons point of view. So, the time to be cool, though, is now. And running cool up at the front is Vika Schletz. He's opening up his lead. As far as they're concerned, that's what he needs, his team. Their other driver, Ruben Boughton, 6 times BRKC champion, is still in 7th. He's chasing down Johnny Elliott, who's working on Lewis Manley. A little bit of a gap ahead of Manley before you get to Mateusz Matus, the flying Polish driver. He's been on fire this weekend. We've seen him many years, but this is an exception for him. Selena Belnega, the 6 times ladies champion, is world champion, that is in 3rd place, with Bradley Shepherd continuing to show fine form up at the front. Vika Schlitz, though, does seem to be extending that gap.
And into the pits. Into the pits. It is the number 13. This is Mateusz Matus, and it's a green light on gate number 1. Comes into gate 2. 2 green lights. He's on his way back out.
Well, that's a very gutsy move, Anthony, from Mateusz Matus. He was running in 4th. He was running ahead of Lewis Manley, but behind ladies champion Selena Belnega. So Matus is really rolling the dice on that one, although I suppose at this level it's the kind of chance that's worth taking.
Yeah, exactly that. So getting out of that big pack, thought it was holding him up a bit, so now he's got the opportunity to have open, clear track, and let's see what his times say about that. You know, his times will really show what he's capable of here.
Yeah, his times are going to have to be ballistic, though, because Vika Schlitz is still fastest. His last lap was his best, the fastest of this race, the only one into 30.4 seconds, as Vika Schlitz continues to steam on. He wants to win this from the front. He's got no interest in fighting anyone. He wants a clear run into the final. He wants to be able to draw the kart in his time. And Vika Schlitz leads. That's the kart draw for the final I'm on about. But Bradley Shepherd. Has Bradley Shepherd done enough? He qualified. He was the 4th highest point scorer of these drivers in this race. And he's now up into 2nd place. So Bradley Shepherd could well be on his way to a spot in the final. He's doing what he needs to do to get there. It's going to come down to results in the other semi-finals, so we don't even know what the answer is, even if we had a full points tally in front of us for Bradley Shepherd. But he's doing all he can to get there. Can he beat Vika Schlitz? Probably not is the answer. Can he beat everybody else? Well, he's 2nd place, so he's doing exactly that at the moment. It's an amazing performance from Bradley Shepherd, Anthony. We're seeing Bradley Shepherd do his best when it counts.
Exactly that, and you know, it all falls down to this. Yes, you've got to work hard to get into the semi-finals, but you've got 4 heats to do that. You've got plenty of racing to secure that spot. As soon as you get in here, this is where you need to pull the pin on the philosophical grenade as such, and you really need to just get on with it, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Absolutely, and that grenade in question is there. That is Bradley Shepherd. He's the boss of BSR. He's does a lot of work for his own team. He really looks after his guys. Various paddocks, you know, he's got lots of drivers across all forms of karting, but it's all about him now in this one. He's doing it for himself as well as his team. They'll all be cheering him on. He's got a number of drivers. He's got 3 teams in this event, and Bradley Shepherd is kind of leading by example, it has to be said here, as he chases down Vika Schlitz. Now, Vika Schlitz may be setting record laps for this race after record lap. The last lap, for instance, was a new best for this race. But Bradley Shepherd there, 2nd place, definitely keeping him honest. Now, he's got a decent gap to Selena Belnega. Now, Anthony, we've got 15 minutes on the board. This is the kind of time when we've seen a flurry of pit stops for the early stoppers, but so far, only one in with you in the pit lane.
Yeah, at the moment, just Mateusz Matus who has pitted. The rest of the field has not, and as I go past right now, again, none of them are pitted. Now, crucially, even with that pit stop, Mateusz Matus is catching up to the back of Harrison Kirkham and Melanie Motz as well. So even with his pit stop, he's going to be gaining some spots here very quickly.
Yeah, Mateusz Matus really tearing this racetrack up tonight here in Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. He's racing for the British Championship. He may be from Poland, but he wants the British title if he can get it. In the pits, Lewis Manley.
Yep, Manley coming into the pit lane. Very quick entry. Stops on the first gate, gets that green light. Moves his way up to gate number 2. Nice little stop again. Green light. He's on his way back out of the pit lane. That's a good stop, and he comes out in front of Mateusz Matus.
Yeah, crucially from his point of view. There's Matus. Now, Matus has got momentum, and Manley's got position. And Matus down the inside, and Matus has done the incredible. He's passed Lewis Manley into the snail, and Manley's coming back at him, so Matus loses the place. But what a move by Mateusz Matus. He really sent one there through on the inside. Oh, gosh. Yeah, Lewis Manley is trying to say, yeah, let's go, Mateusz, but I think that's going to fall on deaf ears, Anthony. I don't think Mateusz is interested in one little bit in working with Lewis Manley. He's interested in one thing only, and that's beating people.
Oh, exactly that. He thinks he's faster here, and he wants to get in front, and right now they're going to be super glued to each other, and if they keep battling the way that we just saw, they will lose so much time on the rest of the field, so they do have to be careful. He may just have to bite his tongue here and get on with it. Right now, the number 9 is in. This is Selena Balnega from second place, I believe it was. Now she's in the pit lane. It's a green light on gate number 1. It's a green light on gate number 2. And she heads out well ahead. And the 19 is pulling into the pit lane. It's a retirement. It's Harrison Kirkham.
Harrison Kirkham seems to be out of the race. He was certainly probably going to be on his last race of the competition, but he's pulled out there. Obviously, if you can find out where it is, that'd be great, Anthony. But meantime, those who follow their European drivers will be very interested to see that Ruben Bertens has moved up to 4th place. Johnny Elliott into 3rd. Bradley Shepherd continues in 2nd. Here's Anthony.
Harrison, what happened? Why the retirement?
I mean, my first draw kart was the slowest in the first semi-final. I thought I'd take a gamble, and it wasn't meant to be. So the kart's just not up to pace. Yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Well, not the way you wanted to end it, but congratulations. Well done for making it to the semi-finals.
Thank you, cheers.
Excellent stuff. Well, there you go. Disappointment.
I've got to be honest, Anthony, that does seem a bit of a shame because we've seen with pressured pit stops, it's not over till it's over. And it's not like he was getting completely blown away by them. He seemed to be running roughly in a lower order. This is a very high caliber event, obviously, so anything is going to show up. I must admit it might be worth sticking around because the way things are looking, there could be some difficult pit stops here, Anthony, coming up. And Harrison Kirkham, we know he's very good, and he's exactly the sort of driver to take advantage of those. So, I mean, he could be doing the right thing, but you cannot make any progress if you retire. So, obviously, his choice. But here's Lewis Manley and Mateusz. These guys have been in the pits, so both of them are actually racing on the track. Literally, there's no way of pit stopping around each other.
No, exactly that. A retirement in a race like this is not what you need. It's effectively a permanent solution to a temporary problem. He still may have had a chance.
Yeah, very well put there. So even if he wasn't going into the final, it still may have been a position. Still, he was the one driving the car. He knows best. We'll go with his decision. So we've still got Vika Schlett and no pit stops in this sort of dead zone, as we've been saying. It's been taking place all day. There's the middle race point. We're on 11 minutes of a 20-minute race. So this is the mid-race point as we look at Lewis Manley, one of the great British hopes for success in this championship today, as Lewis Manley continues round onto the backstretch there, followed by Mateusz. Now, they have Selena Balnega actually running in front of them, who is also pitted, and it's only those drivers. Selena Balnega is the highest place of the drivers who have pitted. One place ahead of her yet to pit is Melanie Motz. Above that is Ryan Taylor. Ryan Taylor, he's putting in an amazing performance here, Anthony. We hadn't really considered him going into this tournament, but now he's running in the middle of the pack in the semi-final.
Yeah, this is a superb drive for Ryan Taylor. Definitely making his name's worth in this semi-final, but it's still a long way to go in this, and we're still seeing personal best times flicking in here and there, and I'm keeping an eye on the battle further behind with the drivers who have already pitted, in the likes of Selena Balnega, Lewis Manley and Mateusz. They are closing in on Selena Balnega, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult for the drivers who are at the front, who are yet to stop, who are in that battle.
Yeah, so at the moment then, just to recap, it is Vika Schlett's leading, 19 laps completed on the 10-minute point. Bradley Shepherd continues to run second. Johnny Elliott continues in third. Ruben Bertens is up to fourth. Ryan Taylor fifth. Melanie Motz sixth. Selena Balnega seventh. Lewis Manley is in eighth. Mateusz ninth, and Harrison Kirkham is still listed in 10th, although he is a retirement. So Vika Schlett putting another lap in. This is lap 20 complete. And we're looking on screen there at Melanie Motz closing down on Ryan Taylor. This is going to be a tight little battle between them because Motz is less than a second away from Taylor for fifth place. There is Lewis Manley on screen, a real tight close-up on him. Amazing pictures here from Scruffy Bear Media as they cross the line. It's a close one though, because we've got Selena Balnega just in front of Lewis Manley, half a second, and Mateusz right behind him. So this is getting tight in that lower mid-order there. They are, of course, the highest place who have pitted. So those pitting in front of them need to make sure that when they do come out, from their point of view, they are clear of those three, because it's going to get a bit tasty if you came steaming out the pit lane into this lot and hear what they are on screen.
Exactly that. You've got to be very, very careful, as they are becoming more of a trio of drivers out there now than a group of one and a group of two. Certainly very interesting. Timer running out as well. 8.5 minutes to go, and we are still to have another 6 pit stops come in. Of course, we've had the one retirement with Harrison Kirkham, so we have still got many drivers left to pit.
That's right. I just want to look towards the now section there, because Johnny Elliott is running in third place. Johnny Elliott is running in third place, but crucially from his point of view, he's got Ruben Boutons who's closed in on him and is going to make a race of it. There's Melanie Motts on screen, but Johnny Elliott continues to run in third place. He's not pitted, nor is Ruben Boutons, the 6 times BRKC winner and double world champion. So Johnny Elliott, is he in? No, nor Ruben Boutons, and they are trying desperately to close that gap to Bradley Shepherd. Very intelligent and experienced drivers, both Johnny Elliott and Ruben Boutons, as they work their way round the snail section there. There's Johnny Elliott there in the green and white suit, leaning out. Ruben Boutons is following him, and Ruben Boutons will know that Johnny Elliott is very fast, including around here at Formula Fast. Elliott fast anyway, so Ruben Boutons will be content to run with him to an extent. And that is why they spent so much time in close company. There's Johnny Elliott. Look at that style as he comes round to complete another lap. Neither of them come into the pits, Anthony. There's 7.5 minutes to go and still 6 yet to pit.
Yeah, exactly that. So it's starting to shape up to be a little bit of a tense semi-final here. No one wanting to concede their position to go for their pit stop as of yet. No one wants to release anyone just as of yet as well. It's purely going to have to be a case of when someone gets fed up of being stuck behind someone, they just pull the pin and they come in. And right now we're still not seeing that with either Elliott or Boutons. Are we going to see that with Taylor and Motts? No, neither are going to pit in, and they're losing time as well, both Taylor and Motts, because look at that trio behind. They are starting to close in.
Yeah, and when they come out of the pits, they really don't want to fall into that trio. That's going to be a nasty place to be. Exciting for us, but a very serious way to end your semi-final is going to be in the middle of that lot. Johnny Elliott looking over his shoulder at Ruben Boutons. This is the 3-way battle. These have all been in the pits. There's Selena Balnega, 6 times ladies champion, followed by Lewis Manley, who wants to be British champion. He's an ace round here. He's won this title many times in terms of the track championship, Lewis Manley there, but he's been really pressured by Mateus Matus. Now these 3 have all been in the pits. Now it would be a concern to come out the pits into the middle of this lot, so I am sure they are fully focused now on not being part of that gaggle. So drivers will be looking across and considering where they are, reference these 3 as we look at Selena Balnega in this case in the 9. There's Lewis Manley, there's Mateus Matus in the black overalls. They have pit stopped and are just running for position between each other. They could be joined easily in this race, and yet still no one in. Less than 6 minutes, Anthony, and still 6 drivers to go. 6 minutes, of course, isn't as simple as that. They've probably really only got 4 minutes to make a pit stop.
No, exactly that, because remember that new regulation that came in this year with the sign on the gantry, the pit's closing light, that comes out with about 2 minutes to go of the race. So they will have to be very careful on that. There is not much time, and they can suffer from stacking up, a double stacking. They do need to be careful. So here we go again, no one pitting this lap around. I suspect we're going to see something here as we're starting to hear some bashing around in that trio in the background. They're starting to get a bit feisty.
Yeah, and there will be some signals going on. I certainly saw Selena Balnega, a thumb up to somebody, possibly even Lewis Hamilton, who's on the far side of the circuit where no one actually is. So, and she was signalling low and to the side. There she is again. So we've seen that. Is there somebody on the outside there that we can't see?
Motts is in. Melanie Motts is in. She's going to lose out to the trio that are coming round, but she have done her pit stop. Green light on the first gate, comes into gate number 2, and it is another green light. She's all good. She's back out on track.
And Melanie Motts rejoins the track, and crucially from her point of view, she's clear of any kind of battle. Vika Schlitz comes around, and Vika Schlitz is putting another lap into the books. What about Ruben Boutons? He's all over the back of Johnny Elliott, but he is not coming in the pits. There's Melanie Motts on screen. Now she is resumed in the...
Ryan Taylor's in. Ryan Taylor's in. This is to counteract Melanie Motts to see if he can keep that advantage he had earlier on. in towards gate 2. It's a fantastic stop, comes out with an advantage now over Motts.
Yes, he did. He had to do something immediately about that, because Melanie Motts would have pitted on the assumption,
your race leader, Vika Schletz is
Johnny
in.
Elliott's been pushed, and Johnny Elliott's waving. Is he coming in the pits? No, he's not, but he's waving about Ruben Bertens. Ruben Bertens is signalling, look, come on, Johnny, let's go. And Johnny Elliott's still waving.
Yep.
He's pushing the back. Ruben, he's still animated, is Johnny Elliott.
Well, they've gained positions now because Vika Schletz has just left the pit lane. He just did his pit stop, so he's down now into 4th place. But it was a perfectly good pit stop, and now there's an investigation flag going out to Ruben Bertens.
Yeah, a double excitement there. The race leader in the pits at the same time. A very robust move in the Bowtons hairpin, shall we say, by Ruben Bowtons. And in comes Johnny Elliott.
Yeah, Johnny Elliott's had enough of that one. He wants to do his pit stop now. Green light on the first gate comes in. Gate number 2. It's all good. Schletz has gone through, but where's the trio behind it? It's going to be close.
It's going to be very close, and Johnny's not made it. He's not made it. He's lost to Selina Balnaga. He slots in ahead of Lewis Manley. Is he going to get done up the inside? Johnny's defending. They're side by side behind him, and Johnny Elliott slots in behind Selina Balnaga coming out the snail. Johnny's done enough to get ahead of Lewis Manley, which I think may well be higher than where he started. But there's Johnny Elliott, and there's Selina Balnaga. She's got a new challenger behind her, because here comes Johnny Elliott. What is going to happen with Ruben Bowtons? Is he going to come in the pits now? Because theoretically he will be in the middle of this as well. This is what we were fearing from their point of view, that everyone's going to end up in this big massive battle, and that's exactly what's happened in the case of Johnny Elliott. He's trying to get past Selina Balnaga. He's closing in on the Dutch lady, the 6 times ladies champion. I keep saying it, but it's still an amazing achievement. And round she goes, as there is Ruben Bowtons. He's not coming in on this lap. He's got to now try and get some distance, some lap times in. Is he fast? He is fast, but he's not as fast as Vika Schletz, who sets a new record for this race.
Well, there is still pit stops left to happen, and that's in the form of Bradley Shepherd, Ruben Bowtons as well. They still need to pit, and they're going to put themselves in quite a precarious spot with this battle that we've got on our screens here. But Vika Schletz setting the fastest lap, and there is the light. They have to pit now. Here's Bowtons. Bowtons is in. They will not double stack because Shepherd went round again. Green light on the first gate. Gate number 2. It's green. It's good. He's going to come out in front. That's nice.
He's made it. Ruben Bowtons has made it. He has leapfrogged that massive gaggle. He's ahead of Selina Balnaga. He's ahead of Johnny Elliott. He's ahead of Lewis Manley. And he is ahead of Mateus Matus. That will be the number 1 factor there. He needed to do the times that would. He was running just in front of Johnny Elliott.
Here's Shepherd. Will Bowtons be ahead of Shepherd, though? That's the question. Shepherd comes in. Green light on the first. Shepherd comes to gate number 2. He loses the lead to Vika Schletz. He goes through, gets the green light, and that's well ahead. He's secured second.
A fantastic run there, all race long by the incredible Bradley Shepherd, and he's done enough to maintain that second place behind Vika Schletz. Absolutely outstanding by the BSR boss there, as Selina Balnaga we're looking at is behind Ruben Bowtons. Ruben Bowtons, if you remember, started 7th. His own driving skill, his own racing brain, possibly help from his teammate, has elevated him into 3rd place, and that's what's needed to make the final. We'll obviously still have to tot up the points, but this has been a cagey race from a Ruben Bowtons point of view. Clearly something's happened behind. Lewis Manley's dropped further back. Johnny Elliott was waving about, come on, let's catch. But maybe there's been some incident while we were looking at the Bradley Shepherd pit stop. 33 seconds left on the counter. There's, Vika Schletz, when he trips this, here he comes now. Vika Schletz is going to come through, and it's kicking off behind, because there is Mateus Matus. Lewis Manley getting defensive.
A black flag. Ruben Bowtons. What has happened after that superb leapfrog? And he's furious. He throws his hand up in the air. Ruben Bowtons, that's his race over.
And that's his championship over. Incredible, because he's going to be following Johnny Elliott now. The black flag. Has he done enough by returning Johnny Elliott to a position in front of him by dropping back? Because remember, he was somewhere ahead. Has he done enough, or are they going to penalise him completely? That is the question we've got left. So Ruben Bowtons has gone back to that position behind Johnny Elliott. It may well be that they finished the race. Vika Schletz has won from an incredible Bradley Shepherd. Selina Balnaga in 3rd, Johnny Elliott 4th, Ruben Bowtons 5th, Lewis Manley 6th, Mateus Matus 6th, Ryan Taylor 7th, Melanie Motts Ryan Taylor 8th, Melanie Motts 9th, and Harrison Kirkham obviously the retirement in 10th. Now, what is going to happen with Ruben Bowtons? Is it actually a disqualification, or has he done enough? Because obviously what happened was there was a difficult pass and then there was some pit stops, so it was a bit hard for Ruben Boutons to actually deal with that. He hadn't been penalised until a lot had changed, Anthony, if that makes sense.
Well, I was just looking at the timing screen during that race, and it looked like they'd applied it during that session, so he'd already dropped down. That's why it came up with Selena Balnega on the timing.
Yeah, that's right. We know that because he had to give the place back to Johnny, which meant dropping 2 places. Will they consider that enough is what I'm thinking.
Well, he's talking right now to, I believe, the race director, and I think judging by Ruben Boutons' body language, that decision's final.
So does that mean he will be listed in 5th place? That's the real concern we've got.
Well, I will try and find that out while also organising getting the drivers over to the podium, and also while looking pretty and beautiful on the camera, which is impossible.
That's
really.
why you're well paid, Anthony.
Yeah. No, that would be impossible. Right, I'm going to ascertain what's going to happen to Ruben Boutons. So, firstly, bear with me. Well, I've been told they'll let me know in a minute. That's all I've been able to get from that. But in the meantime, suppose we can talk to second and first in that one. So let's get Bradley. Bradley, do you want to come on over? And where is Vika? Vika, come on over for me, please. Thank you. Excellent. Bradley, we'll start with you if you want to come on over. Well, second place, congratulations, well done, you get a medal. Secondly, I think you secure your spot in the final.
Yeah, secured the spot. Amazed, you know. I looked at this heat when they came up on the grids after the heats, and I thought this is going to be hard. And I managed to pull it out of the bag. Absolutely over the moon. I think due to a penalty, I think we might have just won the team's championship after this semi-final. So yeah, absolutely buzzing.
Brilliant stuff for you on that one. A very hectic race as well. Finals coming up, 2 pit stop, different strategy. Can you maintain that momentum in that one?
I hope so. I mean, I've never made the final before. I've been doing this for 4 years, so you know, I'm just going to give it everything and see what happens.
That's what we like to hear. Congratulations, Bradley Shepherd there. Let's bring in Vika Schlitz. Vika, last year you didn't get this, but this year you do get this. Well done, congratulations. A nice big trophy, but don't walk away just yet. Let's have a quick chat as well. What a drive. I think I told you off yesterday for winning these races by a large margin. You didn't listen to me. You only went and did it again. So, yes, well done on that one.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I knew when I draw, car 20 was a good one, so I feel a lot of confidence when I did it. And when I saw my quali lap was P1, I thought, okay, just drive. But after a couple of laps, I saw they will, just get, how do you say it? They get behind of me, so I knew I had a lot of confidence. So perfect.
Well, again, finals coming up later. You've got 1 trophy. Do you reckon you can make it 2?
I hope so. I will try it. It's my goal, so we'll see.
Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you out later on. Right, now I've not had confirmation just as of yet of who is exactly third. I can still see Ruben Boutons. If you pan the camera around, you can still see Ruben Boutons there just chatting to some of the officials here at Formula Fast now. Selena Balnega is here, helmet off, ready to join me at the podium. But I don't know if it's fully final. So Selena will join us. I will give you this provisionally.
She's showing third on the scoring system
but
here.
It's showing that you're in the spot for point system, but obviously with Ruben's debating, we don't quite know what's happening at the moment. So this is why I say provisional, but I'll say it with a capital P. Right, but Selena, what a race that was. Tense all the way throughout as well, but you certainly seem to deliver a strong performance.
Yeah, it was when I saw Eliano in the kart, and Eliano was really fast at the moment, and he was a little bit struggling, so I was like, oh, I'm not sure if I can have a good result. But my quali was really good, and after that, my pace wasn't that good, but the other guys were fighting a little bit. So yeah, it's just enough that, 4th or 3rd, but I hope 3rd. Yeah, we'll see.
I'm thinking it's most likely 3rd, judging by the body language of a certain driver. But very unfortunate way to get up that top spot, but still very well deserved. And does this put you in the final?
I'm not sure. I think it's going to be... I was on 14th going into the semis, and I have a P3 probably. So maybe in or maybe just out, I'm not sure.
Well, fingers crossed for you. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you, cheers.
Excellent stuff there. Well, dramatic end to semi-final number 2. Is semi-final 3 going to be even more dramatic? James, back to you.
Well, you would think it couldn't be, but it's the BRKC, so there's every possibility. And interesting set of interviews there, Andy. Three things I want to pick up. The first one is Selena Balnega there. She's obviously pretty chuffed with that third. I think she might have done enough, but we'll see what happens there. Certainly, it was interesting, Bradley Shepherd as well, and he's saying about how he looked at the lineup for that semi-final there and thinking it was going to be tough. Well, when Bradley Shepherd's naming the race, that's one of the things that makes it tough. So, you know, he is. It's tough not only because he's got to face the other drivers in that race, but he's one of them who is considered to be tough to race against. Vicky Schletz, obviously, he has done enough now, clearly, to really give himself a lot of confidence running through to the final. If he's going to repeat his victory of last year, winning the championship overall with the win in the final, then obviously he's doing exactly what he needs to get that right now. So Anthony, this final, shall we say, dare I say final, I mustn't use the word final, the last of the semi-finals, the third semi-final, it's another one filled with names we've been talking about all weekend. Interestingly, Carl Stevens, who we've been watching grow as a driver, he's made it into the semi-finals. So Carl Stevens is in this. Ivan Shana, the Hungarian champion, is in this. Ryan Curtin, the American. Poland is Matt Barsh. Charlie Ratford, it's his birthday, and he's mid-range. The qualifying is on points here for this. Russell Endine is in there. We've seen him win twice already. Dante Dillon is in this race. Kuba Puchelski, Sebastian Miller and Sean Briley. 2 years ago he was the champion, and he's doing what he can to make that a double victory with a win in 2024 overall. If he's going to do that, he needs to show well in this race. Clearly he's going to mean to do so. It's going to be a very tough qualifying run, I think, Anthony. Obviously there's no point trying to call this. We're really going to have to see what happens when the scores, you know, when we see what's happened in the qualifying lap. They're about to be sent out. They've got a warm-up lap as always, and then that qualifying lap is on, and I think those times are going to come in thick and fast.
Oh yes, very much so. They're being held for quite some time here. Not sure on the delay, but I can imagine the nerves are building, butterflies in the stomach as it is. It's never a nice feeling before you go out for a semi-final, but right now these drivers, I'm sure, focused, concentrating on what they need to do, and there's the green light.
Yeah, and this is going to be make or break for a lot of these guys now. There are some people who will or will not be in the final itself. Maybe some who think on points they could easily make it, could be in for a shock at the end of this race if it goes wrong for them. Right then, so out on the track, we'll have a look as they come in. So, as I say, Sean Briley is one that we need to keep an eye on, especially Sebastian Miller, Kuba Puchelski and Dante Dillon is the top four on points going into this. Across the line, does look like Kuba Puchelski. He's going to be the first one to start his qualifier. So a good benchmark there is going to be Kuba Puchelski. It does look as though he's got Matt Barsh behind him, his compatriot also from Poland, Matt Barsh there. And behind that, it does look like it's Sean Briley. My window's starting to miss out. I'm looking on screen now. There's Van Shana, there's Seb Miller as they come through. That looked like Carl Edwards there, and then Ryan Curtin. Now, Ryan Curtin we saw win late in those heat races there, so Ryan Curtin's been a winner. Winners across the board here as across the line it's Kuba Puchelski will set that benchmark. There it is on the screen. He's not been beaten. He's not been beaten by anyone, including Sean Briley. It's still Puchelski at the top. Ratford comes through to third. Seb Miller into third, but it's still Puchelski from Briley. Curtin comes through lower down the order. Dante Dillon is in sixth, and the final one is through. And so we have a final result on that qualifying session. It is first place, the flying Kuba Puchelski. He was the first one through, and he's ended up on the pole position there for the start. Single file start as always in this one. Sean Briley will be second, Sebastian Miller in third, and in fourth place will be Charlie Ratford, birthday boy today. Would you believe it? He's fourth in the semi-final ahead of the Hungarian champion Ivan Shana. Dante Dillon is in sixth, Matt Barsh is in seventh, Carl Stevens has come through to eighth, Ryan Curtin, who won not so long ago this afternoon, in ninth, with Russell Endine in 10th. Russell Endine in 10th there. Well, he's got a lot of work to do if he's going to get himself into the final. He's won 2 races, so he has less work than others, because as I keep saying, those watching at home, this semi-final, it's knockout, but not as you would know it, because it's simply they scored points during the heat race, and the semi-final are the top 30's right to continue scoring. So some people may actually not feature at the top in the order, but could find themselves in the final simply because they have scored more points. They've got their point scores from the 4 heat races, and now the score from whatever happens here to be added together. Kuba Pucholski, the Polish driver, brings him around. He brings him around very slowly. It's very slow indeed. He's pulled a pin. He's gone early. Are they going to go green? Surely, yes, they are. It's a good, clean start. Pucholski across the line. And Sean Briley there into second place. And Seb Miller is there in third, and he's under attack. Is Seb Miller? There's some action further back the order there. Someone's been bundled out. It's Barsh, but he's on the inside. So Barsh recovers, and Ryan Curtin looks like he's made up a place. The net loser there, Carl Stevens, he's on the outside. He's been shoved aside. Russell Endine's trying to make up a place at the back of the grid there. There it is. Carl Stevens is going to get shoved back from that 8th place way down to 10th. So there it is. And Carl Stevens trying to come back. Meantime, Pucholski across the line from Sean Briley with a gap to Seb Miller, and that is exactly what Sean Briley will want. This allows him to attack Kuba Pucholski on the road without threat of being jumped by third place Seb Miller at this point. However, can Seb Miller close in that gap? The gap between that is there. The orange suit of Seb Miller is almost the relief. That gap is the relief to this man, Sean Briley, in the yellow helmet. There's Seb Miller we're looking at on screen now. They're near the end of the lap. Kuba Pucholski will crack this one off the knee. There's Sean Briley. Briley looking over his shoulder. He now sees that gap. He now sees the confidence he can put into this to close down and tackle Kuba Pucholski on the road without fear of attack or without fear of immediate attack from Seb Miller in third. Miller, of course, has the full attention of Charlie Ratford. There's Charlie Ratford, and there is Ivan Shana. They're the ones at the front here. So there's Briley and the rest as they stream down that long back stretch. Here comes Kuba Pucholski, Sean Briley and Seb Miller. Now, Kuba Pucholski does look like he's pulling out a bit of a gap over 2022 BRKC champion Sean Briley. And in the pits now, it's Carl Stevens.
Yep, indeed, the number 13 in the pit lane. Let's see how good he does. It's a green light for Stevens on gate number 1. Gate number 2 now, look for the green. He's got it back out on track.
Okay, so obviously from Carl Stevens' point of view, he has 8th place pace in terms of single laps. He proved that with the qualifying, but he was in 10th, so maybe he's looking for a bit of clear air. Will we see any other pit visitors? There's no reasons coming yet for anybody, but it still may happen. They've all got their own ideas. There's Russell Ending near the tail there. He started off the tournament well. Yesterday was a cracking day for him. We had him down as a potential finalist all day long, but it's not working well. Now, there's in excitement there with Shana, and Shana looks like he's gone up to behind Seb Miller into 4th. So Ivan Shana, the Hungarian, is now past Charlie Ratford. No, he hasn't. Ratford's ahead of Miller, so it's actually Miller who's dropped back into the clutches of Shana. So been some excitement. Charlie Ratford is up into 3rd. Look at this. And coming
into the
back
pit lane.
In the pits.
Yep, Ryan Curtin in the pit lane now. Let's see what he can do. And it's a green light on gate number 1. Coming into gate 2 now, nice and steady, good on the throttle. That's a lovely little pit stop. He's back out on track.
Yeah, Ryan Curtin seeing it all going on in front of him, and I think he feels that this could get into a situation where everyone's falling over themselves, slowing each other down. We saw Charlie Ratford, clearly a massive lunge on Seb Miller. We didn't see the actual overtake, but we certainly saw the results of it, and that is Charlie Ratford now is in 3rd place. Can he close down on Sean Briley? That's the question. There's Ratford, the birthday boy. He's 17 today. He's about literally half the age of Sean Briley, but he's certainly got the speed to match Briley, so he may be way down on age, but he's certainly well up on speed. Charlie Ratford in 3rd place there. Seb Miller trying to come back at him, but he's nowhere near really. There's Seb Miller in the orange suit. He's in the same team as Bradley Shepherd, who we saw into 2nd place. Shepherd, of course, is the team boss. He'll be watching Seb Miller circulating in 4th place now with the full attention of Ivan Shana. Behind Shana it's Dante Dillon, Matt Barsh, then Russell Ending, and then we come to the drivers who've made a pit stop, Ryan Curtin, Carl Stevens. We're quarter of the way through the race now, Anthony, 2 pit stoppers. There's no obvious reason why anyone's going to pit for a while now, but they do need to avoid that stacking up in the pit lane right at the end of the race. So Ratford from Miller, but Ratford's got a little bit of a gap there. There's Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon, we've seen him win today. Is he going to win now? Well, he's going to have to do something if he is going to, because 6th is his position now. He's got Matt Barsh and then the gap to Russell Endy. Ivan Shana close up on the Hungarian in blue. There's Dante Dillon. He's in 6th place as we speak. He has not stopped in this race. Only 2 people have. Dante Dillon onto the back straight. He can see Shana, but you can see it's quite a gap there. Dante Dillon. Round to go. There's Charlie Ratford now. Is Seb Miller closing in? If he is, he's got Ivan Shana coming with him. And Anthony, it's quite a long wait now. We've not had anyone in the pits. I can't see any reason why anyone will be coming in soon. What do you think?
Yeah, just keeping an eye on some of these gaps right now, and like you say, they're all kind of fluctuating in their own sort of rhythm. There's no real incentive for anyone to come into the pit now, especially for Kuba Picholski. If he pitted now, he'd put himself right in the claws of, I think, most of these drivers that he's got behind him. So he's staying out there right now. Maybe for Matt Barsh, he might feel like he's being held up a little bit here by Dante Dillon. He's not closing that gap up to the drivers behind. So Matt Barsh may have an incentive here. The same for Ivan Jana as well. Maybe he might come in, but at the moment, yeah, it's looking okay. But I think Matt Barsh would be the first to come in.
And the last lap was the fastest lap of this race for the race leader, Kuba Picholski. Now, what I'm thinking about here is the gap that is going to form. What I'm talking about is between Ryan Curtin and Carl Stevens at the back. They are the only two who've been in. Those drivers who've yet to make a pit stop will be factoring in where they come out, reference these two. So there is a gap between them. There's about a 3.5 second gap, I think. So across the line's Curtin, across the line comes Carl Stevens. Now, important to note that little gap there, because a lot of these guys who are still yet to pit, not those at the front, but those further back, will be moving into that area of the racetrack. The question is, can you be fast enough as you are now to cover Ryan Curtin and Carl Stevens, or do you think you may be losing time to them, in which case the early pit stop will be the call? If you think you are quicker though, as a driver, the thing to do would be to stay out longer. That generally is the understanding of the pit stop strategy, but well, we've called it wrong before, Anthony.
Yeah, exactly that. Only time will tell on this semi-final, but right now this is looking like, I don't like to say it, but it's looking like the calmest semi-final at the moment when the pit stop starts, because there's only been 2 out of 10. That might change things up a bit.
Absolutely, and well, you said about time will tell. One thing about time, it is telling, and it's telling something about Kuba Picholski, who continues in the lead. There he is on screen in the red overalls there at the bottom of the racetrack there through the hairpin. Now, Kuba Picholski, every lap he's doing is faster than everybody else's personal best. So Kuba Picholski is really trying to check out in this. He's
and in the pit lane.
Best. Yes.
Ivan Shana in the pit lane. Let's see what he can do. It may have felt like he was being held up there. This could help him out. Green light on gate number 1. Comes into gate 2. Looking good. Again, that technique of sitting up in the car, it's got no benefit to it whatsoever, but he thinks it works. And that's clearly in front of Ryan Curtin.
Absolutely, it's the mental approach there, isn't it, Anthony? So long as he believes it helps, it will help, and more importantly, he'll probably feel, well, he's not sure if it works, but if it doesn't, if it does work, he needs to be doing it. Now, all over the back of Charlie Ratford, we've seen on screen there, that is Seb Miller. Now, Sebastian Miller lost a place to Charlie Ratford a number of laps ago, but he's mounting a comeback, though a gap had formed. But certainly Sebastian Miller has been released from pressure, immediate pressure, by Ivan Jana. So Ivan Jana, the Hungarian, coming to the pits, means that Seb Miller can mount an attack on Charlie Ratford without fear of being jumped himself, should the attack not come off. He certainly won't move to one side and find that gap filled with Ivan Jana. So Charlie Ratford, the birthday boy, has his hands full now. He's looking over his shoulder. You can see there, that's Ratford in the lead of this pair. It is Seb Miller behind in the orange as they continue round the snail, and there's a bit of a gap there to Russell Endine and Matt Barsh, but they're first to flinch, Anthony. Is it going to be Seb Miller? Is it going to be Charlie Ratford? Now, Ratford has got the speed. If Seb Miller really thinks he's faster, coming in the pits now could be key, because Ivan Shana is out there cracking out those lap times, going faster and faster and faster, and Ivan Shana's whole point of that pit stop was to leapfrog ahead of these two that we are looking at now. Seb Miller has to have that in mind as he chases down Charlie Ratford. To be honest, Anthony, when you're out there driving, there's just so much to think about.
There certainly is. I mean, this track as well, there's not much time to really breathe on it. You've got the back straight and maybe out of the final corner through the flat outer turn 1 start-finish chicane. But you're really constantly on it. It's really physical on the upper half of the body, and these races aren't short. Multiple laps in these races. So, yeah, really big workout for a lot of these drivers. But right now, we're seeing results of that pit stop for Ivan Shana, and that is in the form of Dante Dillon setting personal best times. Now he's got a little bit more of a clear track in front of him, and he's closing in on Sebastian Miller. Keeping an eye as well behind, you're still seeing Carl Stevens with personal best as well as Russell Endine. So all of them improving, but I'm looking at the gap here, and look at Dante Dillon. He is closing in on Miller.
Absolutely, but what I want to do is look further back to Ivan Shana, because Ivan Shana is setting faster laps than Miller and Ratford. There's Miller and Ratford on screen, but Ivan Shana is faster than the pair of them, so it's working for Shana. Miller, is he going to come in the pits? BSR team will be looking at this. They have a driver out there in the form of Sebastian Miller, but that driver is being reeled in, albeit out position on the pit stop sequence. Ivan Shana, it's working for him as Dante Dillon now closes in on Sebastian Miller. They do need to pay close attention to Shana now, because there he is on screen. Ivan Shana is setting quicker laps than the ones he pitted away from, which is Charlie Ratford and Sebastian Miller. Sebastian Miller, he's got his hands full with Ratford in front, but unknown to him, because he can't see him, he's on the other side of the racetrack. He also has his hands full of Ivan Shana, the Hungarian. Is Miller going to come in? Is it going to be sooner or later? Because Dillon's all over the back of him now. Ratford, oh no, none of them are coming in. No, there's four, they're coming past you now.
Yeah, Endine hasn't come in as well, so again they're starting to lose that advantage to this man here on your screen, Ivan Shana. Slowly starting to close that gap.
Ivan Shana, he does all of these international events. He's a regular across Europe. He's well known, well liked, it has to be said. He's a very popular driver in the paddock, but he's going to be pretty unpopular with Seb Miller now if he leapfrogs him. If he leapfrogs Seb Miller, he's probably going to get Charlie Ratford as well.
Oh, and into the pits, Dante Dillon, he's pitted. He closed up the gap to Miller, and now he feels like he's being held up. And that, I think, is a very good pit stop strategy. He comes in, it's green on both lights, he comes out, but Ivan Shana's got past.
He has, and that tells everything, because if you think where Dante Dillon was referenced to Ratford and Miller, Shana is actually way in front of that. Shana could come out ahead of all of this lot, and Shana could rattle out this race in third place. That will be absolutely amazing, because Ratford and Miller, there was that little gap there. That's where Dante Dillon was. But when you think, if you kind of superimpose it, this one, Shana, they've gone out of view. So they're the two. Dante Dillon was in that gap with Matt Bosch behind. So that gap there behind Miller in the orange, what's the one that Dante Dillon was in? If we can see back to Shana, who's behind them, we will see the gap now between Shana and Dante Dillon coming out of the pits. This is where these two could well be, so they might both get leapfrogged by the flying Hungarian Ivan Shana.
These strategies are absolutely fantastic. I'm liking them, and I'm sure everyone who's watching at home is liking them as well. If you are watching at home or on a mobile phone device, make sure you hit that like button and make sure you share this stream out to as many people as you can, because the finals coming up next after this one, and our semi-finals have been absolutely spot on.
Absolutely, and if you think this is a mega race, just wait for the final. There's £1,000 on the line. Gosh, I'd be racing anybody for that, Anthony, I tell you. And I might not even be too clean about it, would you?
Probably not.
Superb. Well, in the meantime, that gap is now really being closed up. Matt Barsh is trying to, it's sort of that concertina effect coming into play there. As here comes Ivan Shana. He's passing you now, Anthony, and he really is flying. Let's check the times. Kuba Pucholski still has the record for this lap, this race, sorry. But Shana, well, those in front have upped their pace. They've done almost enough, but is it too little too late? They are just about matching Shana. He's ever so slightly quicker by a couple of hundredths, but it may be in comes Miller.
In comes Miller indeed. He pulls into the pit lane now. The number 17 stops at gate 1 and he gets that green light. Pulls into gate number 2 now. A little bit early and a bit cautious on the stopping, but he gets it done. Shana goes through, but Dillon doesn't.
Shana's done him. Shana's got ahead of Sebastian Miller, and if you look at the distance between Ivan Shana and Sebastian Miller, there's Shana there. That distance there also means he'll probably be ahead of Charlie Ratford when Ratford comes out the pit. This is not what Seb Miller wanted to see. He's got the full attention of Dante Dillon, but it's exactly as it seems. So Dante Dillon waving up saying, yeah, look, go for it, mate, just go, go, go. As Dante Dillon is urging on Seb Miller. He's not going to attack him, not from back there. And what he doesn't want is any needless defensive driving that's going to hold them all up. So we are on we've got Charlie Ratford in third, but it looks like he may come out behind Ivan Shana. Absolutely inspired performance by the Hungarian Shana. And that's not to take away from either Charlie Ratford or Sebastian Miller, but Ivan Shana's managed to get the pair of them. Is that another one in?
Yep, that is another one in. Right, this is Charlie Ratford and I can see it's a bad stop. He clipped the barrier on the way in. That will have slowed his acceleration down. He gets the green, his team supporting. Shana goes through, but he's neck and neck with Miller.
He's lost to Miller, and he might lose to Dante Dillon. Charlie Radford's been leapfrogged by Seb Miller, and Dante Dillon up the inside into the snail. Dillon's done it, coming back at him, but Dillon is the one in position there. Charlie Radford, he tried to switch back on Dillon, but it didn't work, and Dante Dillon moves up a place. Net loser there is Charlie Radford. In real terms, he's lost 3 places here. He originally lost that place to Shana, then he lost one to Miller, and now he's been done by Dante Dillon. A quick scoot up the inside. It's all about momentum out the pit lane, and unfortunately from his point of view, it wasn't there for Charlie Radford. Nothing he's done wrong, it's just he's had to actually accelerate out the pit. Now, Anthony, just to be clear on this, you said about it not being a good pit stop. It was still a clean pit stop. He's got no penalty, right?
No penalty whatsoever, but on the first gate, he hit the barrier that's bolted to the ground, and of course with the friction of the side pod hitting that, he couldn't pull away quicker than if he wasn't touching it. So yeah, it was in fact a slow pit stop, but it wasn't a penalty.
Okay, well that's good. Well, it's not good. It's better than it being a penalty, but that may well have delayed him that fraction that counted, because when Dante Dillon passed him, Dante Dillon really had to work for it. It was a pretty committed send up the inside. There was no contact, but that one there, Dante Dillon, on this one here, Charlie Radford, Dante Dillon had to be, it was full send, definitely. There was no contact, but Dillon had to mean it, that's for sure.
I'm just looking at the time remaining, which is 3 minutes. Half the grid have not pitted yet. Sean Briley, Pacholski, Endine, Barsh and Miller, or Miller's pitted. So so 4 drivers still yet to pit.
Yeah, correct on the first 4, and still Kuba Pacholski continues to race out into distance. I'm going to have a look at the timetable because I want to see where he'll come back out into this race. Obviously, ignore those who've been in the pits, but he's clear of pretty much everybody. It's only Sean Briley that will pass him when he's in the pits, Pacholski, and he's in now.
Oh, yeah, here he comes. Race leader is in. Kuba Pacholski in towards gate number 1. Briley's coming in as well. They're double stacking, but they won't lose time. Briley comes into gate 1. I'll keep an eye on both lights. Both are green. So Pacholski's back out. Here comes Briley in towards gate number 2. That is also good. Through goes Matt Barsh, but Barsh hasn't pitted yet. They are 2 good pit stops.
Yeah, and through goes Russell Endine as well. He has not pitted either. You're right there. Now, that's a good example of him coming in the pits at the last minute. It was kind of double stacking. The term double stacking means 2 cars are in the pit lane at the same time. But that pit stop from Sean Briley, that was about as close as you'd really want to come in behind someone, Anthony.
Exactly that. Right, the pit stop light has come on, which means there are 2 drivers out there that need to pit, and one is Matt Barsh and one is Russell Endine, and guess what? They're pretty close to each other on track.
They are. They're about the same distance as you saw from Kuba Pacholski and Sean Briley. So when they come in, Russell Endine is probably not going to be close enough to be affected by the pit stop of Matt Barsh. But as we look at Kuba Pacholski, he's the race leader again. Here comes Barsh. He must come in. Barsh does not.
Right, okay. I don't know about that, but okay, so Endine's come in. He's fine. So he gets the green light on the first gate. That's fine. He comes into gate number 2, and that's also fine. He heads out onto the track. I'm going to ask about Matt Barsh. Is he too late?
Yeah, and Ryan Curtin just chopping across the front there. There was the slightest of contact as he swept through. Nothing intentional, just basically whizzing past.
I've got an update. Matt Barsh, he's missed the pit stop. He's going to get a penalty.
He's in now, but it's too little too late. Matt Barsh comes in, he's with you, but he's missed it.
He's missed it. I'll see what it's like. It's a green light on the first gate. It's a green light on the second. But it's too little too late. The pit lane was closed.
And this is why we always say you must make it to the end of the race, because Matt Barsh, one of the top place drivers there, he just missed it. He missed that board, and now he's left it too late. He's listed in 5th place, but surely there's going to be a huge penalty of that. Will he get a penalty now, or do you think they'll alter it in the result? They may even just bust him to last.
I'm not too sure. I don't know how that bit works, but all I know is in trouble.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's not good. Meanwhile, for Pacholski, it's very good indeed. He's going to come through and win. He's on, he's maybe have 3 laps to go, we'll see. But there's Sean Briley on screen, and there is the battle behind. Ivan Shana has now got the full attention of Seb Miller. Seb Miller, he lost the position in the pit lane, but he's got Matt Barsh behind him, crucially. Dante Dillon will not realise that Barsh has got a penalty of some form yet to come to him. There's Kuba Puchalski, he's on the last lap. The Polish driver's done enough. He's surely going to make the final with this performance here. He's adding to his point score in the earlier heat races. He is going to win this one. He can't lose it now. Puchalski, way too good driver to randomly crash on this course as he comes around to complete this race. It's going to be Sean Briley second. Ivan Žana has come right through to third, inspired driving by the Hungarian. So here comes Kuba Puchalski. He's going to win it. He's got it. Kuba Puchalski wins. And where's Sean Briley? He's surely going to be second. Where's Sean Briley? He's coming through now. He's going to be second. It's Sean Briley, the 2022 BRKC champion. And what about Ivan Žana? He's under pressure. He's under pressure. It's Žana. It's Miller. It's Barsh across the line. And then, of course, it's Dante Dillon, Charlie Ratford, Ryan Curtin. Russell Endine is probably out of the event now. Carl Stevens rounds him out with a 10th place finish for Carl Stevens there. So, gosh, that was a race of, I know we always say race of two halves, but there was a really tight beginning to that. There's Ivan Žana. He's riding side by side there with Seb Miller as they come back to you. And to the, obviously there's some question marks to be asked over what the finishing position for Matt Barsh is going to be.
Yes, there is a few questions behind that one, but I'm sure they'll be swiftly answered, and depending on his body language, that will either tell if it's good or bad. I'm thinking it's going to be bad, only because of the fact that he missed the pit stop. He didn't pit in the allotted time, and yeah, that was very unfortunate for Matt Barsh. But we'll find out a little bit more about that. But for our top three, Kuba Puchalski, Sean Briley and Ivan Žana, they'll be all good. Right, Sean, come and join me over here. I'll be with you in just a moment. I need to get Kuba Puchalski over and Ivan Žana. Oh, thank you. Right, okay, they're going to be sent over. So, Sean, come on over. Coming on over. I'm looking for my cameraman, which has walked off in the other direction. He's looking there. There we go. Hello, everyone. Cool. Right. So, Sean Briley, second place. Is that what you wanted? Is that what you needed?
It's not what I wanted. It is what I needed. But at the moment, I think I'm tied with Sam and Vika on points at the top now, for the top of the standings. I think I'm going to be positioned third based on lap time. On the two quickest circuits, I haven't got the right karts, haven't put in the right lap times. And I think both of them are 3 wins anyway. But all in all, I mean, the second that we hit the pedal to go, I hit the same time as Kuba, and he went, and I just kind of went, right, well, as long as I can avoid P3, that's P2 for me, so I'll just sit there, and it was a pretty boring race in the end.
Well, from our point of view, it was quite exciting, but yeah, from there we go. Well, you may have not wanted it, but you do get it. It's a second place medal, so well done. I know you wanted that one, but no. But well done, Sean. We'll see you out, hopefully, in that final a little bit later on. Let's bring over Ivan Žana. Ivan, well, congratulations. You get a medal. Well done. Yeah, you seem more excited about that than anything else. Right, Ivan, you scraped your way into that semi-final, and yet qualifying was on point, and the pit stop strategy even more on point. What a drive.
I would say so. For a second, do you mind if my teammate joins us?
Of course.
Okay, yeah, come on. What a man, what a man. So yeah, I'm really happy. With the car draw, we knew that we had some good karts. Finally in this competition we had a better karts out of all the drivers. But the qualifying was close to perfection, but I saw the times. There was a top 6 within 1/10 of a second, I think. It was so close. The grip is so good now, so it's really hard to make the difference between drivers and drivers. But in the race, I had Seb Miller in front of me. I have to give some shout outs to him because he was, even with a slower kart, he was driving so beautifully. So I knew I couldn't overtake him on the track. So I decided to go for a risky pit stop, and it worked out beautifully. So I'm really happy with the third place. After a disappointing championship, I was hoping that I could finish it on a high, and I have to say I'm really happy. And I won't be there for the finals, only watching, but it was fantastic. So, really
great to have you out there, and congratulations on the P3 in that one. Well, Kuba Puchalski, you don't get a medal, you get a semi-final trophy there. Look at that, nice bit of silverware to take home. Hopefully you can have that in your hand luggage when you go back home. But that is a drive for you. Well done.
Yeah, I'm really happy from start. So for the first, to thank my dad to give me an opportunity to start here, and for the second time. Last year I was driving the same kart and I was last in the semi-final, and I'm really happy that after 2 years I'm able to win the semi-final and get to the grand final without any problems. So yeah. really happy.
It all falls down to that final. It was a superb qualifying in the semi-final there. Can you replicate that in the final? If so, it could go your way.
Yeah, like the goal is to just improve the qualifying on a grand final. Last time I was second, so this time I just have to be first. So we'll see how that will end up.
Congratulations, well done. Enjoy that one, and we'll see you in the final later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, all three semi-finals are now done and dusted. It's the Super Bowl, of course, that is going to be coming up a little bit later on before the final, so do make sure you stay tuned for that one. We will be having a short break before all of that, but please do not go anywhere. For anyone who's joined us through these semi-finals, please make sure you do hit that like button and the subscribe button as well, because it always helps out, so you make sure you do not miss on anything that's coming up in the future. But James, 3 fantastic semi-finals. I'm looking forward to the next races coming up.
Absolutely, things have really hotted up here now, haven't they? We've had wins in the semi-finals for Sam Slater, for Vika Schlitz, and for Kuba Puchalski. Now, obviously they're scoring maximum points. Surely we're going to see them in the final itself. We're going to be tightening up the points total. It's not a given that a top 3 in the semi-final gets you through the final, because it depends what points you've scored in the heat races we saw earlier on. So we'll be tightening those points up. The top 10 point scorers so far in the whole championship will be taking part in the final. Give me single kart qualifying. It's a little bit different, and we will see what happens there. It's going to be probably something like about half an hour, so please check back with us, especially in half an hour. We don't want to miss this final, because they are racing now for the world's biggest trophy, virtually, and a massive trophy, certainly the biggest in Britain. £1,000 first prize, entries to the World Championships in Brazil in the summer. So a lot to play for, and these guys can be racing full on for it. So from myself, James Alder, and Anthony Jordan in the pit lane there, we hope you will join us later on in probably around about half an hour. We look forward to it.
set, go. Ready, set, go. set, go. Ready, 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 set, go. 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 Ready, set, go.
and welcome back to Formula Fast. It's the British Rental Car Championship, and we've made it to the final now. So we have had all 40 qualifying heats. We have had the 3 semi-finals, and they have given us the results that count, and that is the 10 drivers who've made it through to the grand final itself. Now remember what we're racing for here. There's a £1,000 first prize. There are race entries, free entries to the World Championship for karting in Brazil, and there's some whopping trophies up for grabs as well. Let's have a look. Who's made it through? 10 drivers have made it through on account of scoring maximum points that they could get in the qualifying heats. The top 30 went through to the semi-finals. The semi-finals, that whittled them down to 10 top scorers, and these are the top scorers. So we're going to see Vika Schlitz, we're going to see Sam Slater, Sean Briley, Eliana De Vos, Kuba Pachulski, Mason Brown, Seb Miller, Bradley Shepherd, Ruben Boutons and Lewis Manley will be the drivers taking part. Now, how does the format work here? First of all, it's qualifying. What are they going to do? It's not going to be the format that we've seen. They're going to do it in the same kart. So on account, in order of points scored, they're going to try and qualify that same kart. So a driver will get in, go out, do his time, and come back into the pits, and then hand over to the next driver. So they will be setting the times in the same kart. Then they will be issued with their karts for the race, and it's going to be about half an hour for this one with 2 pit stops. Most importantly, that's 2 pit stops. That'll really open some strategic thinking there. Do you make it too early? Do you make an early one, a late one? Do you make 2 at the end? We'll see every little bit of that, and may even be that the strategies change. Remember, these guys are working in teams as well, so to a degree they will get some input from the track side. So looking down there, we've got that kart ready. The first driver is going to be Lewis Manley, and he's going to set his time. He's getting into the kart now. And as we look down at the pit lane from here, we can see that Lewis Manley is about to take to the track. Of course, he's got a warm-up lap, and then it will be qualifying lap for Lewis Manley. So he's heading out onto the track as we speak now, and Lewis Manley is going to be the one to set the benchmark time. We'll see how those follow from there. So there's Lewis Manley on screen now. He's on the snail section on his warm-up lap. So Lewis Manley will be getting a feel for this track now. The track obviously will change as the temperature changes, and Lewis Manley will be feeling his way around. Obviously, a lot of people will be asking him a lot of questions about conditions when he comes in. Lewis Manley ran the final part of the track there, and this is past the commentary point now and the pit entrance, and here he comes. Lewis Manley's going to start that qualifying lap now for the BRKC Grand Final of 2024. Here he is, he's in the snail, he's looking good. He's keeping it neat, precise, tidy. Little bit of noise there, but not too much. He can't afford to scrub any speed away. There he is, Lewis Manley. He knows his track so well. A regular in the club championships here. Lewis Manley rocketing down the backstretch into the hairpin there. And he's getting turned in and turning into the hairpin around the final part of the track. He's just got a couple of corners to go through that hairpin. One quick sweeper into the finish line, and there is Lewis Manley. What's it going to be? It's 31.3, so a benchmark time there for Lewis Manley, a veteran of the BRKC. He's been everyone and a veteran here at Formula Fast. So if there's someone who knows the track in all kind of temperatures, all kind of condition, it is that driver there, Lewis Manley. So, Anthony, are you down there in the pit lane?
I am.
Yeah, and what do you make of that? We've got a 31.3 for Lewis Manley as an opener.
Well, it's Lewis Manley is a legend in these parts. He's taken part in so many finals here at the BRKC, but is that a legend's time? 31.343. We don't quite know. The track has cooled down considerably, so have the karts. Remember, he's only had the 1 lap to really warm those tyres up. He's out of the kart. We'll get a quick word from him as well as Ruben Boutons now gets himself seated into the car. I know there's a lot of talk around Ruben Boutons being in the final. I can explain a little bit about that, but I'll do that later. As Manley gets himself weighed, he's double-checked. He's all good. He's over the mark. Lewis, we'll have a quick chat while he's on his warm-up lap, so a very brief chat for you, Lewis. 31.343, do you reckon that's good enough?
Wasn't a bad lap. The snail was a bit steady, but I got down the straight very nicely. I'm just so happy to be back in the final where I belong, so don't expect too much in this race, but I'm going to give it absolutely everything I can, so let's see what I can do.
Excellent, well done. Ruben Boutons is about to start his flying lap, so James, back up to you.
That's right, here he is, 6 times BRKC champion. Ruben Bertens has won this event 6 times, which means winning this grand final. He's done it 6 times, he's on his qualifying lap now. What's it going to be? We can expect one of the best efforts of all from Ruben Bertens, the Dutchman. He's won the World Championship twice. Most importantly, from today's point of view, he is a 6 times champion of the British Rental Kart Championship. He's made it to the final. There has even been a year when he didn't make the final, and in fact that was the first time he, by his standards, failed to win the overall event. So here he is, Ruben Bertens. He's chasing 31.3 of the local driver Lewis Manley, and Ruben Bertens, what's it going to be? He's quicker, 31.2. He's a 1/10 of a second up on Lewis Manley, so Ruben Bertens will be pleased with that. It's obviously they're all using the same kart, so it's about as fair as it can possibly be made as Ruben Bertens continues round on his slowing down lap. Anthony, it's a 1/10 of a second faster for Ruben Bertens. Can we expect a whole bunch of karts in between those times? I think the answer is yes.
Well, it's a full 1/10 faster than Lewis Manley. We're not too, we're not 100% sure whether or not that is going to be quick enough. We have seen times quicker than that, of course, over the course of this weekend. Bradley Shepherd is the next one to take the mark on this one, so of course, anything can happen in this one. I'm keeping an eye on the live chat comments as well. A lot of people with question marks here. Ruben Bertens, why is he in the final? How did he make it into the final? Well, of course, in that previous semi-final, he did give up 2 positions if you were watching on that one. At the end of that one, that was of course a penalty that he gave himself. He did receive a black flag, but a discretionary 2-point penalty was also added on top of that one, which just by the skin of his teeth put him in this final. We'll have a chat with Rubens now. Rubens, provisional pole at the moment with that time, 31.23. Firstly, do you feel like that's going to be competitive enough for this final?
No, particularly because I have the one before last card pick, so even if I start on pole position, I will have no chance to win, but yeah, I was just going to make the best of it.
Excellent. Well, it's been a dramatic start to this one, but you're in the final, that's the main thing. There's lots of people out there cheering you on, but our man Bradley Shepherd's about to start his lap. We'll wish him the best of luck as well. Cheers.
And he's on that qualifying lap now, Anthony. Bradley Shepherd, he's in the Snell section there, gets it turned in tidy. As he comes around the exit there, he's turning left now out of the Snell section. These long sweeping lefts that lead to the backstretch. He must get speed through these corners here to have a good solid run down that backstretch into the hairpin there at the end as he turns in. Bradley Shepherd, the boss of BSR. You can see it on his suit there, and he has made the grand final. He's going to come across the line, and what's it going to be? Is it going to be faster? It's not. It's 31.6. So Bradley Shepherd is in 3rd place of the 3 at the moment. So just to clarify those times, we are talking about 6 times BRKC champion Ruben Bertens is provisionally on pole with Lewis Manley 2nd and Bradley Shepherd 3rd. 31.2, 31.3 and 31.6 respectively from lap times. Obviously, it's Ruben Bertens was talking the time down a little bit there, Anthony, but we should never talk anything down when it comes to Ruben Bertens. Bradley Shepherd there will have done his absolute finest, although it is a 31.6 in 3rd place right now.
Yep, is it enough to stay in 3rd place? That is the question. Will he get knocked down a little bit more? Bradley will come in. I'm sure he will probably get himself checked on that one. But Sebastian Miller, Seb Miller's about to jump in. Bradley, probably not the time you would have wanted. It's a P3 at the moment, 3 out of 3, 31.6. How was it for you?
Yeah, it's very slippy out there. Just hope my teammates can go better. This is a final where anything can happen, so just going to give it everything and see where we end up.
Exactly that. Still lots to happen in this one. It's a long old race as well, 30 minutes, and you've got the 2 mandatory pit stops that have to happen as well. So, it's a long old final. We'll see what happens, but best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. James, back up to you.
Okay then, so we got Seb Miller out on the track. Well, Bradley Shepherd was hoping for one of his other drivers to be doing well, and straight away we're dealing with another BSR team driver, and that is in the form of Seb Miller. Seb Miller's made it into the final. He had a real tough run in the earlier semi-final, but he's done enough to get into this final here. Here comes Seb Miller. He's going to start his qualifier. Here he is. So Seb Miller across the line, and he's underway now. This qualifying lap, it's got to be quick. Bradley Shepherd felt the track starting to get a bit slipperier than it was before. It is getting later, it is getting cooler, and that will mean a lot more movement in the kart. And Seb Miller's trying to keep it as tidy and neat as possible. He's coming around these fast corners, he's onto the backstretch, down to the hairpin. He's got to be good on the brakes down here, but he can't get it too sideways by locking up that rear. So turning round, he's got to keep it tight if he's going to be fast. Yes, he does. Seb Miller, he's going to come across the finish line now, and the time is, it's third. 31.4, so we've got Ruben Boutons 31.2, Lewis Manley 31.3, Seb Miller 31.4, and then Bradley Shepherd 31.6. So Seb Miller is currently third place there, and well, Ruben Boutons were earlier on. Anthony was he was saying he didn't think he was going to be fast enough. It's been good enough so far. He's still on the pole position.
So far, yeah, but again, we've still got many other drivers to get going, and next going out is the American Mason Brown, who has been quick all the way throughout this weekend, so again, it could be very, very close. We'll have a chat with Seb Miller as he comes in, and again, just a bit of clarification, again, for a lot of people in the live stream comments too, keep your comments coming in. I am keeping a close eye on it here in the pit lane, yeah, the points that drivers have accumulated over the course of this weekend, that got them into this final. This final, though, is won on position at the end of this result. Seb Miller, you join me now in the pit lane. Good time, P3 at the moment. Do you reckon it will stay P3?
I think a couple of people will beat it, but it was an all right time. It wasn't too bad. There was a couple of mistakes, but I tried my best out there and put in a decent lap, so I'm happy with that.
It's a long-on final. Best of luck for that one. Mason Brown's on the track. James, back up to you.
Yeah, Mason Brown is the fifth driver to make a qualifying attempt here. Here he is, the American, and he is going around onto the backstretch. This, of course, is his warm-up lap. So he's getting a feel of the kart. There he is, shaking around, just getting a feel of the grip level he can expect. This is not his qualifying lap, so he's not giving anything away in time by doing that. He's just sort of feeling the thing out. His qualifying lap is about to start now as he crossed the line. There he is, he's crossed the line, and the qualifier is on for Mason Brown. He's in the snail. Is he going to keep it tight? Does he get it turned in well? Yes, he does. He really trails it in there on the brakes, just sliding through the corner there without losing any time. That's crucial. Can he keep it tight but keep it fast? Seb Miller felt he made a couple of mistakes. They were very hard to spot from up here, I'll tell him that. But obviously he's looking for perfection. Equally looking for perfection is Mason Brown. Has he run a bit wide there? He's certainly turning quite a lot more left there than I think Seb Miller did. Kart seems to move around a bit. Is he going to be quick enough? What's it going to be? Is he fast? He's fourth place, so he slots in just behind Seb Miller. Now, we've got Ruben Boutons still on the provisional pole. We've got Lewis Manley a 10th behind that. Seb Miller a 10th behind him. In the same 10th, but half a, 600ths back from that is Mason Brown. And then Bradley Shepherd on 31.6. So 31.2, 31.3, 2 31.4s and a 31.6 are the times, with the Dutchman, the 6-time BRKC champion, Ruben Boutons, still holds that pole position. And Lewis Manley, crucially from his point of view, still holds second place. And coming into the pits now, when you're watching at home, notice how they change the weights in the kart. See, the bar is being lifted there and the weights are withdrawn. These are the weights, and also the weight of the driver, his personal weight, is taken out. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much, James. Yeah, Mason Brown back in the pit lane. Let's have a quick chat with him. His time, well, it's a good time, but it's not the position I suspect you wanted. Currently P4 out there with still plenty of drivers left to qualify. How was the lap?
Lap was all right. You know, it's very slick out there. The seat's a lot smaller than what I was used to, so I wasn't able to lean as much as I could. But, it is what it is. I'm in the final, right?
It's one of those. Just quickly, regarding the seat, what page of the Racing Driver Excuse book is that in?
I mean, for me, it's page 1 right now.
Page 1. No, fair enough. You heard it here first, James. It's page 1.
Yeah, that was a good answer, wasn't it? And anyway, Kuba Pachulski, the Polish driver, we've seen him win already today. And Kuba Pachulski put in a sterling performance in that semi-final race. He won that semi-final he was in to book himself a place in this final. Here he is, the Polish driver, Kuba Pachulski. He's coming around to start his qualifier. He's looking pretty fast. He's looking pretty tidy as they come around across the line now. It's on now for Kuba Pachulski. Into the snail area there. He's going to have to Yeah, he's keeping it tight on the apex here, and he got turned in very well, saved a bit of time there. There's a lot of talk about it being slippery. Of course, that is the time of day. It's going to be a little bit slippery because it's a bit colder and maybe a little bit more moisture than before. But Kuba Pucholski is making it look good. He's waggling the wheel a little bit, but he's entered the corner tidily. As round he comes his last couple of corners here. Kuba Pucholski is going to be crossing the line. He catches the barrier there. Will that cost him? What's the time going to be? He's sixth. It did cost him. So let's have a look here. It's Ruben Boutons 31.2, Lewis Manley 31.3, Sebastian Miller 31.41, Mason Brown 31.47, Bradley Shepherd 31.62, and Kuba Pucholski 31.64. Absolutely nothing to choose from. When you think what that really means in motor racing, we're so used to calling small pieces of time as if they were big pieces of time. But quite frankly, if you were to stop these gaps on a stopwatch, it would be a difficult ask, Anthony, as Pucholski rejoins you in the pits.
Thank you very much, James. Yep, Kuba Pucholski now back in the pit lane. Probably one of the most popular drivers in the live stream chat at the moment. We'll grab a quick word with him. Obviously not the result he would have wanted in that one. Currently P6, 4/10 off the current provisional pole time at the moment. He gets himself weighed just to make sure he's definitely above board. And he is definitely above board at the moment, as long as he stays still on the scale. Kuba, you've got a lot of people watching on the live stream. Not the qualifying I think you wanted to deliver to them, but still, you've made it into the final and you're probably one of the most popular drivers out there at the moment.
We'll see, there's 40 minutes to go to drive, so it's only qualifying. Of course, it would be better if it would be just a bit better time, but it happens.
Yeah, excellent. Well, still, we'll see what you can do in that race, but best of luck, well done. Right, we have Eliana de Vos out on track. James, take us through his lap.
Yeah, I will do, but going back to Kuba Pucholski there, clearly one, as you say, one of the most popular drivers in this event. A lot of support from the continent, particularly from Poland for Kuba. Interestingly, he's got 2 pit stops to strategize himself around anything he considers a qualifying problem. Eliana de Vos starts his lap now. Here comes de Vos, the always formidable Eliana de Vos. Very short, very stocky, very fiery. He gets straight down to business when it comes to racing. He's capable of attacking, he's capable of defending, he does everything, does Eliana de Vos. He's been on the scene a long time. Those with an eagle eye will notice it says R. Boutons on the back of his suit there. He's actually borrowing a suit of Ruben Boutons for this event. He's actually worn his out. So here we come. What's it going to be for Eliana de Vos? He's going to cross the line. Is it going to be quick? It is. It's 4th place, and it's another one in the 31.4. So let's think. We've got Ruben Boutons on the pole position, 31.2. Lewis Manley second, 31.3. Seb Miller, 31.4. 1. Eliana de Vos, 31.46. Mason Brown, 31.47. And Bradley Shepherd, 31.62 and 31.64 for Kuba Pucholski. So Brown, Shepherd and Pucholski pushed down there by Eliana de Vos. He's coming in the pits. He's currently in 4th place, Anthony. And there is... It's difficult because we're so used to talking about these guys naturally at the front, and now they're naturally spread throughout the field because it's only the top 10 point scorers of this whole event who are attempting to qualify for this grand final.
Exactly that. Sean Barley takes a seat in his wagon. We'll grab a quick word with Eliana de Vos. Eliana, just very quickly, obviously I can see you put yourself P4 there. Good time, still nonetheless. Bit of work ahead of you here. Are you still feeling confident for this final?
No, not so much for this one, but yeah, we will see what we can do in the race. Everything can happen in the race, so it's not over yet.
It's not over yet. It's a long old race plus the extra pit stop, 2 pit stops that you've got to deal with, so it's a long old way. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Well, next driver is out on track. It is Sean Briley. Can he win this thing in a hoodie? Let's find out.
Yes, will that hoodie slow him down or will the extra warmth speed him up? Here he comes, he's on his warm-up lap now. Sean Briley on the backstretch. He's actually looking quick, even on the warm-up lap. He's very quick whenever he's in a kart. And Sean Briley is the champion from 2022 of the British Rental Kart Championship. His final qualifying starts now as he crosses the line into the snail section. It gets tight and then it widens out at that point there and tucks in tight again. So Sean Briley has got that direction change there there in the middle of the snail, down to a T, as have the others. Very important part of the track if you want to be quick. Here is Sean Briley. Can he keep it tight enough to be fast? He's on the back stretch. He's carrying a huge amount of speed down into the hairpin at the end of the back stretch there, round the final couple of corners. He's turning left, then a hairpin to the right, and then it's going to be across the line, through the curve and across the line. Sean Briley is... He's gone second for Sean Briley. He has leapfrogged everyone in this race except the 6-time champion Ruben Boutons. So let's look at the times again. Ruben Boutons first with 31.2. Sean Briley second with 31.30. Lewis Manley third on 31.34. Just 0.04 of a second behind this man, Sean Briley. Sebastian Miller, 31.41 in fourth. Eleanor de Vos fifth, 31.46. Mason Brown, 31.47, just another 100th there in sixth place. Bradley Shepherd, seventh, 31.62. And Kuba Pacholski currently being pushed down to eighth, 31.64. And he's back with you, Anthony.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Sean Briley, a very good time there. Purple Sector 2. He's actually got the fastest Sector 2 out of any other driver in this qualifying. Sector 1, he was only about half a tenth or about a tenth off the fastest time, and that was Ruben Boutons, of course. Sean, we'll have a quick word with you. Firstly, I've been told you're grounded because it's past your bedtime. Secondly, you nearly got pole in a hoodie. How do you feel?
It's all about style. I made a mistake in a hairpin. That's where I lost down at the back corner. First sector was nice and tidy, but it's very, very slippy in the back corner. I overshot it a little bit, and that's the gap between me and Ruben.
It's very good, though. You're P2 at the moment. Let's hope it stays like that for you, for your sake, of course. But a brilliant run for you out there. We'll see what you can do in the final.
Thanks, mate.
Well, next driver is out there. Let's see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, it's another Bradley Shepherd Racing team driver. That is Sam Slater, and Sam Slater's about to start his qualifying lap. He's got to beat 31.23 if he's going to be on pole, but it's only 0.61 of a second back from that for second. So Sean Briley very close indeed. Sam Slater's on his qualifier now. He's to the outside, now to the inside, a central line through this part of the snail section as they change from the right turning to the left. An awful lot of left turn here through these corners. It's left all the way, still left, still left, still left. Onto the backstretch, there is Sam Slater. He's heading down into the hairpin. This is where Sean Briley figures he lost some time, but Slater's looking good. Slater's looking good. Now, can Slater move to the top half of the lineup here? He's crossing the line. Slater is... He's right in the middle in fifth place with a 31.42, so another one on a 31.4. That makes 4 of them in total. So of the 9 drivers who've qualified, Ruben Boutons leads the way from Sean Briley, Lewis Manley, Seb Miller, Sam Slater in 5th, Elliot de Vos in 6th, Mason Brown 7th, Bradley Shepherd 8th, and Kuba Pacholski 9th. And there are 4 tenths of a second separating first to last in the same kart in the Super Pole qualifying for this grand final British Rental Kart Championship. The prizes are massive, the pressure immense, and Sam Slater comes back to you, Anthony, in the pits.
Yep, thank you very much. Obviously not the result he would have wanted there, right in the middle of the pack. P5 at the moment. Whether or not it stays like that is another question. He makes his way back in. Let's have a quick chat with him. Sam, not the lap I suspect you would have wanted. You're right in the middle of the pack there, P5, when Vika Schultz now leaving the pit lane. Tell us what was up with the lap?
It's hard to say, really. I think I might have lost it at the bottom of the straight just a teeny bit, but do you know what? I'm not overly disappointed with that because I got the kart to go up. I think it's still doable.
Yeah. If you win this, does that seat and set turn gold?
Yeah. I mean, podium's a big shot, but yeah, I do think I've got a shot to win this. So yeah, I'm pushing.
Best of luck, James, to you. Vika Schletz, last driver. Can he pole it?
That's right. It's the reigning champion of the British Rental Car Championship. He's starting his lap now, and for many people, this is going to be the lap that counts. They want to see what Vika Schletz does. Vika Schletz is the reigning champion. He's been dominant last year. He did so many of the national championships, nearly every European national championship and the World Championship last year. And incredibly, he was on the podium in the final of every single national championship last year. An amazing year for Vika Schletz, and he's starting his 2024 campaign here at the BRKC, the British Rental Car Championship. He's going to complete that lap now. It doesn't look that brilliant, but we'll see what happens. Is he going to be fast? No, 8th quickest. It did look a bit scrappy near the end of the lap there for Vika Schlets. We'll see what he says when he comes back to you, Anthony, but Vika Schlets with a 31.5 is between Mason Brown and Bradley Shepherd in 8th. Just to recap, it's Boughton's first, Briley second, Manley, Miller, Slater, DeVos, Brown, Schlets, Shepherd and Pichulski, and that concludes the qualifying for the grand final of the British Rental Car Championship 2024. Vika Schlets is coming your way, possibly the biggest upset of the qualifying, Anthony.
Yeah, that's true indeed. I mean, Vika Schlets coming into this with the most amount of points. He was the favourite going into this final, and well, unfortunately for him, it's piled up against him right now. He makes his way back over to me. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with the Blue Star Racing Team driver, Mr. Scheltz. He gets himself weighed on the scales. He's above board, so that's all good. Vika, well, I've got to say, P8, after coming into this final as one of the favourites, that's not the result I think you would have wanted.
Yeah, it was a shit lap, but yeah, we will see. The final is long, so I'm calm.
Anything can happen. See, reigning champion of this one, you won it last time. Let's hope it can come your way on this one. Well done, Vika. So walking away from me now on that one, so clearly very upset with the results on that one. Well, there you have it. Super Pole is done. Grand final is coming up next. Remember, 30 minutes plus those 2 mandatory pit stops. So for everyone who's joining us on the live stream, do stick with us as the kart draw now begins.
You know what, Anthony, if I can just come in here. This is a very interesting lineup. It's gone a little bit against expectations, particularly from a Vika Schlets point of view. They're going to have to be on top of it from a strategy point of view. I don't really think, and least of all himself, with the best will in the world, nobody really expected it to be Ruben Boughton's pole, Sean Briley and then Lewis Manley, when you consider some of the other names in there. There's going to be some strategizing around the problem of position for some of these drivers, but we have 3 BSR team drivers in there, we have 3 Blue Star team drivers in there, and these are going to be on top of their game strategically, including help from the sidelines, from the pits. So it's going to be very interesting whether some of the teams who maybe feel their drivers are slightly out of position, I'm thinking maybe Bradley Shepherd himself from BSR, and certainly Vika Schlets from Blue Star Racing. They've got drivers up at the top end, but they've also got drivers they've got to work with at the bottom to try and pull them through. They have 2 pit stops to play with, and that is going to make this one very technical from a strategy point of view. Anthony, somebody's going to have to get their slide rule out for this one.
They certainly will. Well, drivers are being escorted onto the track right now. Lee Marshall, who I've never heard shout before, has just screamed at the top of his lungs to call all the finalist drivers over for a group photo before we get this final underway. As you can imagine, tensions now rising. Karts have been pushed into their qualifying order now. The karts were already picked, of course, before the draw. The kart that was used in the Super Pole is not one that's been allocated for this final. Yeah, all the karts now fresh, fully fueled, ready to go. And yeah, really looking forward to this one. But again, I can imagine a tense time for all of our finalists and for all the viewers at home who are supporting their favourite drivers. Again, for anyone who is joining us on the live stream, get your comments in. Who are you supporting in this grand final? And most importantly, what are your predictions? James, what's your prediction for this final?
Well, I predict some absolutely crazy strategy, and it's going to come down to the sort of driver who can come racing through and you know, pull the unexpected out the bag. I think someone it's really, I've heard it said before, that where there's confusion, a man who knows what he wants stands the better chance of getting it. So there is going to be a lot of confusion, particularly strategically, and I think someone who can really just focus while the world goes crazy around them is going to prevail in this. Who that's going to be, I don't know. But you know, in this situation, I'm not just saying this because he's at the front, but this is where I would put my money on Ruben Boughton's, no matter where he qualified, because where there's confusion, it needs a very clear experienced head, and I think that clear experienced head is the one starting on the pole position, Ruben Boughton's.
Well, Ruben Boughton's is your choice. There are many choices flooding the live stream chat now as well. I personally, I'm gonna go Sam Slater. I'm going to throw that one out there.
Anthony, if I can cut in again, this has been very interesting because as they've walked away, obviously that group shot there, I'm sure there was a lot of fake smiles, and it's certainly going to be the last time tonight that these drivers are all on speaking terms, I'm sure. But you notice there how when they walked away, the Blue Star guys tended to stay together and the BSR guys were all, shaking hands. But none of them were shaking hands with anyone else. Independents, more like Lewis Manley, who's obviously racing on his own in this one. Now, the interesting thing there is, will there be any team play coming in with the idea of elevating a driver forward? Because obviously it's a 30-minute race, so they've got an extra 10 minutes, but as everybody's got an extra pit stop with 10 of them in there, we've so far, if you get where I'm going with this, we've had 20 minutes with 10 pit stops. Now we've got 30 minutes with 20 pit stops. Is that going to be a factor? And these teams are going to be on top of it to make sure they don't double stack their own drivers, because how crazy would that be?
It would be crazy. I don't think that would happen, but if you think that there will be no team communication, team orders during this 30-minute race, I think you're going to be completely wrong. 100% I think there's going to be team orders and contributions that teammates are going to work together in this one. But yeah, like you say, all important that doesn't happen, that they double stack in this pit lane. Drivers are getting ready, some are seated, some are still talking, but we're about to get going.
Now, will this play into the hands of Blue Star over the BSR team? And I'm not against the BSR team saying that, I'm just throwing it out there, because if you think Blue Star, they're used to endurance racing with a number of teams themselves, so they'll have Blue Star 1, 2, 3, whatever, out in an endurance race with multi-drivers, so they are used to handling the multi-attendance, if you like, having several cars in the race, used to having to try to work an overall result for the better of everybody. Now, Vika Schlitz in particular, we know he's going to be very fast. Yes, he didn't show at the top of the table there in that qualifying, but that doesn't mean he's suddenly slow. He is ballistically fast. We can't be betting against Vika Schlitz. He is, to many people, the kind of heir to Ruben Boughton's throne of being the the benchmark driver. Vika Schlitz, when you consider last year in all the various European national titles he contested and the World Championship, he was only off that podium of the final once. And how can you possibly bet against someone like that? Is that he's having a discussion with someone? Is that Melanie Mott's down there? I can't quite see from here.
There are many people down here.
I mean,
now they've all taken their helmets and race suits off. I actually have no idea who they are. That's one of the downsides to being a commentator. You meet so many drivers, you recognise their race gear, but as soon as they take it off,
so
you haven't got a clue who they are.
It's by their colours shall ye know them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so they're getting ready. We've got Seb Miller there. Now, the positions they're getting into now don't necessarily relate, those watching at home, to the starting order of the race. So, as we can see, it's Seb Miller at the front, with Sean Brierley behind him. That does not mean that Seb Miller's taking the pole. What they'll do, they'll take him around to the back of the circuit, as they've done in all of the heat races after the qualifying, and they will grid them up in that single file. Anthony, we're going to you.
Are we? We can come to me. I mean, I'm down here, so yes. Right, so it is come down to me. Right, okay, so...
Anthony, I'm back, by the way,
you're
so
back
yeah,
anyway. Okay, do you want
I was
to
just
carry on?
explaining to everyone that the order here is going to be reset down the back. So Seb Miller there is going to be the first car out, but that doesn't mean he's starting the pole. Pole sitter, of course, is Ruben Boughton, who's actually way back in that lineup there. He's further back. In fact, he's out of view of the camera as we look. Now, just for those at home, there is Ruben Boughton. He is actually in the final cart there. He's got Sam Slater in front of him, who has got a mid-place start there. Anthony, what are your thoughts going forward into this?
My thoughts going into this are this is going to be competitive. This is going to be demanding. And this is going to be a 30-minute title fight. We could crown a brand new champion. We could crown a repeat champion. We could see a 6-time champion become a 7-time BRKC champion. We just don't know. But with those 2 pit stops that are going to be coming throughout this race, that's certainly going to shake things up. Yellow flags are out and the drivers make their way onto the circuit. It's grand final time.
Absolutely, here we are. The British Rental Kart Championship has come down to this. If you want to win £1,000 tonight, you're going to have to win this race. And these 10 drivers headed out by Seb Miller there. He's not going to be starting from pole, but he's the first one out on the track for the gridding up at the back there. They're coming through the Snell section now. These guys have it all to play for. There's a lot on the line, indeed, and 10 of the finest in the world. There are 5 British drivers, and the other 5 places have been taken up by various other nationalities, and we are seeing some of the best regulars that we've seen over the years. There's Ruben Boutons. He's really trying to get some heat into those tyres. He's going to start first. Lewis Manley is moving forward as well. Sean Briley's going to be the one tucking in second place. There he is up at the front. So if you're looking on screen, Ruben Boutons is just almost out of view there with the yellow, with the blue suit and the green suit helmet behind him. There is Ruben Boutons, the 6 times BRKC champion. He's just making some final adjustments. He's happy. He's looking back. Sean Briley now is looking back in turn as they grid up, and there is Lewis Manley. Sean Briley is obviously top British hope, but Lewis Manley has been out this championship ever since it began, and he wants finally to put his name on that gigantic trophy. There is Seb Miller. Seb Miller is one of the young guns really pushing out into Europe now on behalf of the UK. Sam Slater is behind him. Sam Slater was one of the first ones to go across to Europe. But here's Ruben Boutons. Ruben Boutons is going to start the grand final of the BRKC, and we are underway now. Ruben Boutons pulls a pin. The race is on. This is the grand final. It's what we've been here all weekend. Ruben Boutons makes the move. Is Sean Briley going to take a stab at him? No, he's not, but Lewis Manley certainly thought about it as they come out of the Snell section. Anthony, it's been a cracking start as they come around onto the backstretch. It's action here on in.
It certainly is. 30 minutes of racing underway, and look at that breakaway for the top 2. Sean Briley all over that rear bumper of Ruben Boutons, but Manley's tagged along with them as they go through this section here. A 3-car breakaway. Sam Slater right there, and already an early pit stop straight into the pit lane. It's the number 11, it's Vika Schlitz. He gets the green light on gate number 1. He comes into gate number 2. It's all good. He makes his way out. That's number 1 of 2 pit stops.
Inspired move there by Vika Schlitz of the Blue Star team. The big concern was, would he be held up, embroiled in a scrap? The answer, of course, is probably yes, and we're going to find that out now. There's some movement and change. Sean Briley has the lead. Sean Briley has the lead down the backstretch, and here he comes around. It's Sean Briley, the champion of 2022. Ruben Boutons has been passed.
And into the pit lane. It's Lewis Manley into the pit lane for his first stop now, and it's a green light on gate number 1. Goes in towards gate number 2, and it's all good. 2 green lights. He's away and racing.
And Lewis Manley back on the track. Where is Schlitz? He's comfortably ahead of Schlitz. He's about as far ahead as he was.
Now I've just seen on the screen an invalid stop for number 11, Vika Schlitz.
Vika Schlitz, an invalid stop, so he's got to come in and do it again.
I'm gonna find out if that's completely correct, but I did see it for a brief moment.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Meantime, we're looking at the race leader, Sean Briley. Sean Briley has come around, and we think he may be about pitting on the first lap there, Anthony. We'll see.
Yeah, I think that is the case. I'll confirm it. Now, Cooper Pacholski's just pitted. That's a good pit stop. He's back out.
That would be a pretty amazing error there by Vika Schlitz and the Blue Star team if he's getting busted for pitting on the first lap. Of course, you do have to actually complete it. Anyway, they come around the final hairpin there. It is Sean Briley with the biggest lead we've seen from anybody. Ruben Boutons got a defending action against Sam Slater there, and they're all stacking up behind him. There he is, the 6-time champion, Ruben Boutons, and Sam Slater through. Sam Slater is through on the Dutchman, and Sam Slater moves through to second place. Ruben Boutons is waving, he's protesting that incident. He, of course, himself has been called into question over an overtaking move earlier, as he's defending now against Sebastian Miller. And Ruben Boutons trying to close up the gap. He's got to keep it cool and collected, so he's got to let the organisers decide. Meantime, just do the best he can on the track.
And into the pit lane, it is the boss in the pit lane for his first stop. He gets a green light on gate number 1, pulls into gate number 2. Is that green? Yes, it is. It's a good stop. To confirm, Vika Schlitz did get an invalid stop. He did pit on the opening lap. You're not allowed to do it. He's got to pit again.
So it's everyone is making 2 stops in this race, except for Vika Schlitz, who's making 3 stops. And then the inside there, Seb Miller makes a move. Ruben Boutons again has been bundled out wide, and he's waving. He's unhappy about these overtakes. He really is. And Seb Miller moves up. Ruben Boutons is still protesting that. He's trying to hope that they cause or force Seb Miller to give that place back. Meantime, Ruben Boots has got to keep himself cool so he doesn't lose any more places. Next up against Ruben Bertens is Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd, the boss of BSR, he's trying to close down on Ruben Bertens. Can he do something down the backstretch? Ruben Bertens gets defensive, and Bradley Shepherd goes with him rather than passing him and defending to the outside there. This is kicking off, Anthony.
It certainly is. Pit stops coming in aplenty. We've got another one now. The American Mason Brown into the pit lane for his first stop out of 2. Green light on gate number 1. Pulls in. Manley's coming in as well. The double stacking. I think he was forced more into the pit lane for his second. Mason Brown goes out. It's all good so far for Lewis Manley on his second and final stop. 2 green lights. He's done. He's going to the flag now.
That's right. Manley is back on the track, and there's no more stopping for him. It's the checker flag only for Lewis Manley now. He's got to work his way around. There's a lot of confusion out there, so people with a clear head are going to benefit from this. There is Sean Briley. He is just out in front now, putting in those laps. He's doing what he can, and in the pits.
Yeah, in the pits it is the number 8 of Bradley Shepherd. He gets 2 green lights and he's good.
And he's back underway there, coming back on the track, and he's side by side with Mason Brown with Eleanor Voss behind. He just about cuts in front of him. Now, they tried to leapfrog him in the pit lane, but it didn't work. It's still Bradley Shepherd there, and Bradley Shepherd is the highest place, I believe, of those who've been in for a stop. Here's Bradley Shepherd, boss of Team BSR, and he's got Eleanor Voss trying to have a look there, but he can't get close enough to do anything about it. Bradley Shepherd in the orange predominantly against Eleanor Voss predominantly in the blue. Now, it is pretty fiery out there, Anthony. Can we expect a few people to lose time just by rough passes?
No, exactly that. I mean, rough passes, they may look rough. Remember, these cars do have bumpers. Rubbing is racing. Personally, from my position here where I'm standing in the pit lane, I can't see much. I'm looking at what I can see on the live stream, but I'm not seeing too much out there as well.
Well, as always, we're working to that for the sake of the people who are at home. Now, this is Bradley Shepherd on the live stream. There he is in orange, and he's fending off Eleanor de Vos. Into the pits comes de Vos.
Yep, de Vos into the pit lane. Will he get a green light on his gate 1? He does. This would be his last stop for de Vos. He gets 2 green lights, and he's going to the flag.
Absolutely, and from your point of view, Andy, it's going to be both fingers and toes to count those pit stops off, because we are.
I've got a hold on. I've got a flag that's just come up. A bad pass flag for number 12, which is Sebastian Miller.
And Miller is relinquishing his position as we speak. We're watching that on the live stream. He has had to let Ruben Bertens back through into that position. It was deemed just too forceful. Now you can see the hands there at the side from his team, just waving him down, saying, cool it, cool it, cool it. Now that seemed to have a blue arm to it. Was that someone from Ruben Bertens and the Blue Star team? That would be the question.
Indeed, well, we'll have to find out. Our course strategy coming into play there as you're watching Rubens and Sebastian Miller just going along in their battle. It's doing well, but again, are we going to see more overtakes here? Not this time around. Still plenty of time left in the race, and several pit stops already been deployed.
And of course, he's had to give the position back, but Sebastian Miller is now free to attack Ruben Bertens. He's going to do it again. Now, Ruben Bertens already defensive on the left. Seb Miller trying to the outside. Can he do it? No, he can't. It's important to get a good exit here, and Seb Miller cannot really attack in the hairpin, although Ruben Bertens is ready to cover it. He was ready for it in the middle of the track. Now, the next overtaking point is in the middle of the snail here. So Ruben Bertens, what's he going to do? Is he going to be down the middle? Yes, it is. He holds off Seb Miller. Seb Miller working his way all over the double world champion there. Seb Miller really has the bit between his teeth. Seb Miller, one of the future stars as far as a lot of the paddock are concerned. Now Ruben Bertens has had to move to the inside to block him off. Seb Miller hasn't got the pace around the outside, and they come around this tight corner. Amazing picture we're getting once more, and a wave into the pits comes Seb Miller.
Yep, Miller in the pit lane now, and it's a green light on gate number 1. Pulls into gate 2, all very slow and cautious into the braking zone of gate 2. He'll have lost time on that one, but it's still a good stop. He's back out on track.
Yeah, it's so easy to. We've seen so many yellow lights in this tournament. Now is definitely not the time to be getting a penalty in the pit stop, and especially when you're at the pace that Seb Miller seems to be running, because Seb Miller was really taking the fight to the 6 times BRKC champion Ruben Bertens there. Now, meantime, we're looking at a former British champion in the form of Sean Briley. There he is down the back stretch, and he's got Eleanor de Vos racing after him, but de Vos is actually listed last at the moment. He's obviously made a couple of stops, and so he's actually a lap down on Sean Briley that we're looking at now. So De Vos in the blue overalls behind is not in contention here with the race leader that we're looking at, even though he appears to be right behind him. So fastest laps, well, it looks like I'm having listed here on my screen as Kuba Puchalski, but I think that's from the previous race. So we're just going to have to wing it here, Anthony. To be fair, everybody's looking ballistically fast, but Kuba Puchalski, who I just mentioned, is in 5th place. He's right in the middle of that race. He's behind Schlitz, but ahead of Bradley Shepherd.
Yep, exactly that. There are personal best times coming in thick and fast all the way throughout as we watch Sean Briley going through. Again, I did say, can the hoodie win? And at the moment, it's looking strong. But again, pit stops still are plenty to be had. And at the moment, your man Sean Briley has not completed any of them at the moment.
You can clearly see on the live stream there the hoodie being worn by Sean Briley. So the hoodie is certainly doing what he needs to do to win. He's putting out those laps now. Just double check there, Anthony. I don't believe Sean Briley's been in the pits at all. He's got 18 laps into the books now with 21 minutes to go.
No, he's not. So just to confirm what I said a few moments ago, no, he has not been in the pit lane as of yet. Vika Schlitz, of course, who did pit earlier on. Obviously, that was null and void. So technically, Vika Schlitz also hasn't pitted. And that goes the same for Ruben Boutins, Sam Slater. They are the only drivers who have not done a single pit stop yet.
Yeah, and Sam Slater, you just mentioned, is running second on the road. So Sean Briley leads, and some 4.5 seconds behind him is Sam Slater, with Ruben Boutins listed in 3rd place. Vika Schlitz, of course, as you say, has not stopped at all. We've seen him in the pits, but that's invalid. So it was the first lap, too early pit stop, and he's currently 4th on the road. But we know that will change once these pit stops cycle through. There's Ruben Boutins being chased down by Vika Schlitz. Vika Schlitz passes his teammate in the Blue Star team, and Vika Schlitz will move up into 3rd place. It's not showing that on the screen timing at the moment, simply because they have not crossed the line yet, Anthony. But Schlitz just waves there to acknowledge Boutins, probably acknowledge that he wasn't fought too hard there, because the Blue Star team do need to get Vika Schlitz up through this order to try and cover the extra 10 seconds that penalty pit stop that he's going to have to make will cost.
No, exactly that. So, with that time remaining, oh, look at that lunge down the inside.
That was a huge move by Kuba Puchalski. Well, will the organisers be looking at that one? Ruben Boutins almost ended up in the barrier there. He had to try something. He's looking over his shoulder. Well, I don't think no cares given there by Kuba Puchalski. He, of course, is very popular on the live stream in the comments, Anthony, and I'm sure his many fans across Europe will be actually delighted with that one.
Well, an under investigation for number 10 flag's just gone out on the digiboard. Completely understandable. But yeah, let's see what happens from that. But yeah, still lots of action happening all the way throughout this final so far, and we are only 10 minutes into it.
Absolutely. Kuba Puchalski there was a very robust pass on Ruben Boutins in the number 10 kart as he closes in now on Vika Schlitz. Vika Schlitz, we know, has to make an extra stop. Anthony, I'm so glad you're in the pit lane, so I know you can keep tabs on this. Puchalski, of course, I can't see he possibly has made a pit stop yet.
Puchalski, he made one pit stop, that is all.
Oh, so he has been in. Well, that's interesting because Vika Schlitz, we know, has to make 2 more, and Puchalski's right on his tail now. He's closing in on the Dutchman. There we're looking at Sam Slater now. Sam Slater is running in 2nd place. He's in the Snell section there. There's Sam Slater, one of the BSR team drivers. Bradley Shepherd, the team boss, is further back in 6th place, and Sebastian Miller, their other driver in this race, is in 8th. But of course, I don't think Sam Slater's been in at all. Is that correct, Anthony?
Yeah, Sam Slater has not been in at all either.
Yeah, so there is Sam Slater yet to make a pit stop. Will it be this lap? No, it won't. He continues on. We've seen it before in finals, Anthony, of course, where drivers, they've got to make 2 stops, so they leave it right to the last minute and make them on consecutive laps. Obviously, with 2 stops and the risk of a penalty, that is a risky move in this race now, but it could still be done, and maybe Sam Slater's got that plan. Vika Schlitz, there he is. He's the reigning champion, but he's got a lot of work if he's going to back that up. He's got to make up a 10-second disadvantage caused by an early pit stop. He pitted too early. You cannot pit on the first lap, and that's exactly what Vika Schlitz did. So we know that 10 seconds is about the time for a pit stop lap. So Vika Schlitz is going to have to drive 10 seconds faster than anyone else on this racetrack if he is to back-to-back win the British Rental Kart Championship, in this case the 2024 edition. He's got Kuba Puchalski all over the back of him there. Now, Anthony, Kuba Puchalski has been really racy all weekend long. He just gets straight on with the job of trying to pass karts in front. Vika Schlitz is the next one on his list. I think he can pass the Flying Dutchman ahead of him.
Oh, no, exactly. Well, again, still a long way to go in the race, but he's got to say, Pacholski's certainly got some waft underneath him, and a bad pass sign has just come out for the man we're talking about, Kuba Pacholski. He's going to have to give that place back to Rubens, but Rubens is miles back.
Yeah, Rubens is an awful long way back, but at least it's only going to be one place lost. Now, Kuba Pacholski, we haven't got the oh yes, I've got a gap here, but I'm trying to work it out. It's going to cost him about, probably in reality, about 4 seconds. Pacholski's looking over his shoulder. It's hard. He doesn't want to get off the gas, but he's got to. He's got to try and find a way of giving this place back without giving anything more than he feels he needs to. Now he's straight back on the gas. So positions are corrected. Ruben Bertens is back in his rightful position, according to the organisers of 4th place. Kuba Pacholski is now going to restart the attack. I mean, to be fair, considering some of the other penalties given, there's no way that Kuba could really have got away with that. I mean, Ruben Bertens nearly was in the fence. It was pretty robust in the Snell section there. Ruben Bertens, 6 times BRKC champion, double world champion. It's a difficult race from this one, and he's got Kuba Pacholski in the number 10 behind him, and Kuba Pacholski in the red suit there. He's closing in. He's going to try and make a pass. The last time he made a pass, it was very robust. It was here in the Snell. Is he going to try again? No, he's moving to the outside. Can he get a quick exit and tee something up down the long backstretch? Now, down the backstretch there into the hairpin has traditionally been Ruben's territory. As Ruben Bertens continues down, he's blocking to the inside. Kuba to the outside. Can he do it? No, he can't. Anthony Kuba is doing everything he can to get ahead, but Ruben seems to have him covered. In the pits, maybe.
Yeah, he's coming to the pit lane. That's exactly what I was thinking he should be doing, and he's done just that. Green light on gate number 1, comes into gate 2, gets that green light, and that is Kuba Pacholski's pit stops done. He is going to the flag now.
And these young guns, they've literally got no respect, because obviously if you and I, Anthony, we would be almost, we barely believe that we were pitting to get ourselves around Ruben Bertens, but that's exactly the reasoning for Kuba Pacholski coming in the pits right there where he did.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, under investigation now is the number 12, Sebastian Miller. So Miller, once again, underneath the BDI of race control.
Yeah, and of course, the more they're looking at you, by definition, they're looking at you even more. So anything you do slightly marginal will be looked at. And of course, with the BRKC final, you're going to have to take chances. You've got to run really to the ragged edge of the rules at this level now. We're looking at Eliana de Vos. He has moved up 1 place from 10th to 9th. Kuba Pacholski, who's been in the pits, that's his second stop for Pacholski, isn't it, Anthony?
Yes, that was his second stop. He's going to the flag.
And so now we've got Sean Brierley there running just in front of the 9th placed Eliana de Vos. It seems strange after such a strong performance in the heat races that we are talking about Eliana de Vos as a 9th place driver, but there it is, Sean Brierley leading the way. I'm just trying to keep on track of things, Anthony, but I don't believe Sean's been in at all. He's going the full distance with 2 stops to go.
Yeah, exactly. It's still Vika Schlitz, Sean Brierley, Ruben Bertens and Sam Slater all have not pitted once at all.
Yeah, they of course are the top 4, led there by Sean Brierley. We're looking at Eliana de Vos in the blue, who is in 9th place, chasing Brierley. But look at that, there's Eliana de Vos. He is in 9th, but he seems to have the legs of Sean Brierley. So we can see, although Eliana de Vos is running 9th, it's not because he's slow at all. Look at this, he's staying right with the race leader Brierley. Now, Eliana de Vos, his motivation here is to follow Brierley. He knows Brierley's going to take him as far ahead as he can go. Now, Brierley will be pitting out the way. Eliana de Vos has been in the pits a couple of times, and Brierley will keep him up there in terms of time. There's no chance to fall asleep, and he's following a really rapid machine ahead, in this case in the form of Sean Brierley. The two of them, it's just looking so quick on this live stream here. Look at that as they streak down the backstretch. It's really having to thread the needle correctly, Anthony, through the corners that follow. It's so easy to lose time.
It really is easy to lose time on these ones. You know, remember, it's still slippery out there. The temperature is cold outside. There's actually a storm outside as well, if you've been have your head out of a pillow, you'd know there's a storm currently going over the UK, so there's wind and rain outside and it's affecting what is inside. Amazingly, you'd be surprised about that. But right now, yeah, you've got to be so careful. It's so easy to just lose that back end a little bit too much, or maybe even understeer into a corner a little bit too much. You can lose so much time when you don't even realise it.
And the race is now over half distance. We're down to 12 minutes. It was a 30-minute race. We're on to the 12-minute mark now as Sean Brierley continues in the lead, followed by Elian De Vos. De Vos trying up the inside. De Vos takes the position from Sean Brierley. Well, he takes the track position, but De Vos is still in 9th place, of course. Now, De Vos is just waving as if to say, look, thank you very much, Sean Brierley. Sean Brierley knows he's not in contest for the lead at the moment, but what Sean Brierley will be hoping for, having been passed by Elian De Vos, is that De Vos does not actually hold him up. He knows De Vos is a very fast competitor. I'm sure he will actually feel not happy as such, but certainly very content to follow De Vos, simply on the basis that he knows De Vos is going to be on optimum speed all the time. Every corner is going to be as rapid as possible, and De Vos really has a bit between his teeth. He's trying to pull ahead. He's got his own race to drive. He's chasing down Lewis Manley in 8th place as down the backstretch there.
A huge lunge into the final corner there from Bradley Shepherd on Ruben Boutins, and that, I'm sure, will be looked at.
Yeah, Ruben Boutins seems to be getting proper beaten up in this particular race. Seems to be BSR drivers doing it, which I'm sure there's nothing in it. It's just, you know, he's on the receiving end from Miller, and now he's on the receiving end from Bradley Shepherd. But these things happen. It's rental karting, and remember, there's a £1,000 first prize, and down the inside comes Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley making a move on the 6 times British champion Ruben Boutins, and Lewis Manley moves up a position. They're listed as 8th.
And into the pit lane. Into the pit lane, it is Sean Brierley. This is his first pit stop. He gets a green light on gate number 1, goes into gate number 2. For Sean Brierley, it's good, and that's his first out of 2 pit stops completed.
And that took place on the 10-minute mark, exactly.
And update. Bad pass sign has just gone out to cart number 8, Bradley Shepherd.
Yeah, no surprise there, really. I mean, Shepherd had to try something, and if you're trying to pass Ruben Boutins, you're going to have to do something strong. Bradley Shepherd's giving it back. So it looks like he's losing another position.
So Bradley Shepherd has come into the pit lane. Now, crucially, he's already given the position up to Ruben Boutins before he came into the pit lane, so that should be fine.
Yeah, Bradley Shepherd, you know, he knows the game. He's a karting man through and through. He certainly is not going to do anything that makes the sport look bad. And Bradley Shepherd, you know, he's going to run you right to the edge, but he will be correct about it, and he's a good man. So Ruben Boutins has got his arm in the air. He's waving De Vos through.
He's in the pit lane. He's doing his first stop. So he gets a green light on gate number 1. He's shaking his head. He's not a happy bunny at all. He gets 2 green lights, and that's his first of 2 stops.
Yeah, there comes Ruben Boutins back out onto the track. He's in clear air. There's Bradley Shepherd, and Ruben Boutins is side by side. Then Ruben Boutins trying to pass him, but Shepherd has taken that position as Ruben Boutins came out the pit. So Ruben Boutins has lost a place there to Bradley Shepherd. There's a lot of action going down in that area of the positions. Ruben Boutins now in 9th, Kubichowski in 8th, Shepherd is 10th. De Vos has gone up to 7th. Sam Slater is in the lead at the moment, but I don't think he's been in at all.
No, Sam Slater is the only driver who's not pitted. Vika Stutz did pit, but of course, yeah, he's not done either of his 2 legal pit stops yet.
Absolutely, we saw him in earlier on, yes, but it was not a legal stop. He stopped too early. They're not allowed to pit on the opening lap. He pitted on the opening lap. So there is Bradley Shepherd, the BSR driver. He's now running in 9th place, but he got ahead of Ruben Boutins, who's in between them there. That is, in fact, Sean Brierley, the race leader. He's 1 stop in. It's 2 pit stops in this race. Sean Brierley's made 1 of them. How late is he going to leave the other? Sean Brierley's actually doing what it takes to win this thing. And could we be seeing Sean Brierley as a double champion in the BRKC? There's 8 minutes and 1 pit stop between exactly that for Sean Brierley. Anthony, he's not put a foot wrong in this final, really, Brierley. As they come around, it's Ruben Boutins there who can now see Sean Brierley ahead of him. They're not in contention on the track. Sean Brierley has 1 more pit stop to make. There he is. He has won 1 British title. He has already won the BRKC back in 2022. There's Bradley Shepherd. He's in 9th, and he's got Sean Brierley, who's listed in 2nd at the moment simply because of the cycle of pit stop. Sam Slater, the race leader, has actually not made any stops at all. We're going to be looking for him to come in because with 7.5 minutes to go. Sam Slater does not want to get caught out. He could finish very well in this race, even if he doesn't win it. But he has got an 8-second lead over Sean Briley, so that's going to be very interesting. When Sam Slater makes his first stop, he is actually going to come out relatively close to Sean Briley, so it could be race on between these two. Sean Briley passes Bradley Shepherd there. He gives a wave. It looks pretty clean though, and Sean Briley needed to move ahead so he can get further.
Into the pits, it's Mason Brown. This will be his final pit stop he needs to do until the checkered flag. Green on gate number 1. It's green on gate 2. He's good, he's going to the flag.
Mason Brown leaves the pits, the American driver. He's performed brilliantly all weekend long, and here we're back with Sean Briley. Now Sean Briley needs to find some speed so that when Sam Slater makes his first stop, he's not in direct contention with him. He will have maybe a second or so, but Sam Slater doesn't need to be given that kind of red rag to chase him down. Sean Briley, yellow helmet, the leader. Bradley Shepherd is down in 9th. And there is Sean Briley there. He has won the title, as I said, in 2022. There's Bradley Shepherd. He's the boss of the BSR team. And what a start to the season this team has had. 3 of their drivers into the final. Anthony, we've still not got Sam Slater in, and only 6 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, exactly that. Sam Slater and both Vika Schlecht still need to do both of their pit stops as well. Looking at it, there are 7 stops that need to be made before the checker flag goes out, and there's less than 6 minutes left. Yeah. I think I'm going to get busy.
I think you're going to be very busy. We are looking at Sean Briley. He has also got 1 stop to make, I believe. And before that all kicks off, we're just going to quickly run through the order. It is at the moment, in real terms, Slater, Briley, Schletz are the top 3. Miller, Manley, DeVos, Pichulski, Brown, Shepherd, and Ruben Boutons in 10th and last. But there are a number of pit stops to be made, so that order is going to get blown out the window by the end of this race. Race leader and former champion Sean Briley.
All right, into the pit lane. It is Sam Slater, the number 15, for his first stop. It's green on gate 1. It's green on gate 2. He's back out on track.
He has left the pit lane, and crucially for Sean Briley, though, he was able to leapfrog Sam Slater because now they are equal on numbers of pit stops. So this is almost like raw positions now in real terms from Sean Briley with just a 1.8 second lead over Sam Slater. It could well be these two to the flag, but with a couple of pit stops to go, 1 from each, that could change. We're looking at Sean Briley. He's going to be passed by Elian DeVos. DeVos moves in front of the local man Briley. Have we any pit stops? No, not at all. I was expecting 1 on that run there. Vika Schletz, am I right in thinking he's still got 2 to make?
He's still got 2 to make, yeah. He has not come in at all legally. He's not come in at all. He's won a legal one, but there are no legals.
Right, so there's Eliana DeVos. There is Lewis Manley as they cross the line again, and something being signalled there by Eliana DeVos. That would be to the pits rather than to Lewis Manley behind him, as DeVos is trying to pull away. Now DeVos has made 2 pit stops and he's in 5th place now. He's hunting down Sebastian Miller. There's about 5 seconds between them. Lewis Manley's trying to come with him. There's only half a second between those two. The flying DeVos has got Manley coming along for the ride. They're chasing down Sebastian Miller, but it's still Sean Briley 51 laps in. Gosh, that seems a long way, Anthony.
It certainly does, doesn't it? 51 laps, honestly, makes me want to go to sleep. But these guys doing an absolutely sterling job. Field relatively spread out at the moment, but that's because we are just in the middle of the flux of pit stops. Ruben Boutons, here he is for his 2nd and final pit stop. Green flag on gate 1, comes into gate number 2, gets the green. He's all good. He's going to come out in clean air.
Yes, he does. Ruben Boutons clean out the pits, but Vika Schletz, he's got 3 minutes on the clock and he's still got 2 stops to make, Vika Schletz, so this could be very interesting indeed. It's going to be consecutive laps surely for Vika Schletz. And what about Sean Briley? What about Sam Slater? Sam Slater's in.
Well, Sam Slater's in. This is his 2nd and final stop now. Hopefully it's good. Wait for the green. There it is. Gate 1 is good. Goes into gate number 2. It's red. It's green. He's going. And here, round the corner, comes Sebastian Miller.
That's right, and Vika Schletz now moves into a nominal 2nd, and Sam Slater's going to have to get defensive here. Yes, he manages to hold off his BSR teammate in the form of Sebastian Miller, but we have seen Sebastian Miller get very racy with those around him. If he latches onto the tail of a cart in front, he's certain to make an attempt to pass, because Miller is...
in the pit lane.
Yeah,
In the pit lane, it's Vika Schlitz for his first legal pit stop. He gets a green light on gate number 1. He goes into gate 2, and it is all good. He heads back out behind those 2 drivers that we just saw come in, Slater and Miller. Remember, Miller still has another pit stop to do, though. Yeah, so is Schlitz, and Schlitz, of course, is probably going to be on this very next lap. Yep, they're going to double stack at this point. There's not long left. Here comes the leader, yep, back into the pit lane. Sean Briley for his second and final stop then. Comes in towards the first gate, gets a green light, comes in towards gate number 2 now. It's nice and steady. He gets the green light, he's got clean traffic. And he gets out, and right there, that may well be what it takes to become a double winner in the BRKC. Oh. All right, the pit's closing light has come on. We still have 1, 2 pit stops left to go, and they're right next to each other. It's Miller and Schlitz. What's going to happen here? What about Slater? He's made 2, has he? Slater's made 2. He's done. He's going to the flag. Miller and Schlitz, you say? So, well, that's going to be very interesting. They're right together on the track. You believe? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, here they are now. They're coming in, surely. No, Miller's coming in. Miller's in. Yep, Miller's in. Let's see how it goes. Schlitz just gone through. He'll get invalidated. Stop again. It's a green light out there for post 1. Gate 2, it's green. Miller's fine and dry. He's done, but Schlitz, I think, has missed the pit stop. Well, I just want to... Oh, gosh, they're side by side. Pachulski and Seb Miller, 2 of the raciest drivers on the track there. There's Seb Miller in the orange. But, well, Vika Schlitz, when he crossed the line, that light was still flashing on the gantry there. I can't see what it says, but it looked like it was the last chance bit. Schlitz is bouncing in this time. No, he's not. No, he's not come in. He's completely messed up this pit stop. He may have forgotten that he got an invalidated stop at the start. He may think he's done 2 already. The reigning champ. Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Maybe Vika Schlitz thinks he's done enough. Surely he would have got the information and he has to come in again. Well, surely he knows the rules. I mean, well, he's a top driver. Yeah, he must know the rules. I think he just doesn't realise, or he's forgotten about that invalidated lap. Is he coming in? No, he doesn't know that he's only completed 1 valid pit stop. And now the pit lane is closed. His race is completely over. And we've got the last lap board out. Sean Briley's on his last lap. Vika Schlitz, for what it's worth, is in 3rd place, but this could change. There's going to be a lot of discussion after this race. It is Sean Briley. Sean Briley, because Vika Schlitz is racing there for a free entry to the World Championships in Brazil, and he thinks he's got it, but here comes Sean Briley. It's going to be the championship, surely now. Sean Briley, 1 corner between him and a 2nd title. He's done it. The champion, British Rental Car Championship 2024. The champion is Sean Briley. He's done it again, and look at that. You can see his exultation. Slater congratulates him. A double champion, Sean Briley. Sean Briley wins it again. What a drive from Sean Briley, and you can see that Sam Slater coming in P2 there, congratulating there. Well, there is Vika Schlitz. He's congratulating as well. He thinks he's 3rd. I'm sorry, Vika, but I don't think you are. That's really unfortunate for him. I really think he thinks he's done 2 legal pit stops. Yeah, we'll obviously let the organisers sort that one out, but there's no denying the champion. Sean Briley is the 2024 British Rental Car Champion, and he knows it. Absolutely delighted. Down in the pits to you, Anthony. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's jump in. Obviously, Sean has to get weighed up first. He has to make sure he's all good. Remember, that's a long, old race. And like you were saying earlier, you could sweat yourself underweight, but it's pretty chilly in here, so I think they'll be okay. We'll double check it on the screen. We'll make sure he's good. Yeah, he's all good. It's Sean Briley. He's done it. BRKC champion 2024. Sean, let's get an instant reaction from you. I'll let you take your helmet off. But 30 minutes, 2 pit stops, and you come out on top here. The hoodie that could has done it. You're steaming. Look at that. That's racing driver steam that is off his head. He's worked his head to a steam. Mate, that was a drive. Congratulations.
Thank you. That's awesome. I didn't think I'd actually get a 2nd championship, so I'm just going to take this as it comes. I got obviously put myself in a good position with quali. I know that Ruben obviously didn't have the best car. Decided to make a move early and just pull whatever gap I could. Took it very, very slow in both pit stops, but I had the gap. I'm quite happy. It's what you need, isn't it? You've won a smattering of prizes, and of course that £1,000 as well, that's going your way, so that's a very nice treat, especially in the new year. Yeah, and my team manager, Martin, has promised me a new helmet for winning. I just want to have this on record, Martin, that I remember this and everyone else knows about it now. Excellent. Just don't change the livery on the helmet because, yeah, I'll forget who you are. But Sean, brilliant drive for yourself. Anyone you want to thank? Just everyone who supported me, my girlfriend Becca, my mum Carol, my mum at home, my dad's here as well, came surprise. Everyone's always very supportive and I really appreciate it.
Excellent. Make sure you get that head on ice before it catches fire.
Anthony, I've got Brad Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd, it's been an outstanding tournament for you and your team. A great run in the final. How do you feel about it?
I feel okay. Just with the 8th pick of the car, it just didn't have the speed, and I'm happy to make the final. And unfortunately, ended up losing the team's championship by 1 point. So that's a bit heartbreaking, but it is what it is, and we'll be back again next year to for sure challenge for it again.
Absolutely. Now, looking forward to the rest of the year. Your team, there's an awful lot of karting to be done, isn't there? And this is just the beginning. Are you looking forward to the season as a whole?
Yeah, for sure. This season, hopefully, we just got to keep getting better and better, bigger and bigger. And people always ask me, how far do you think you can take this team? And the real answer is, I don't know. Just keep going and until we reach a halt.
Well, from what we're seeing here, Brad, you can take it all the way, mate. Top marks and well done indeed. We know it's been a tough one, but you've put on a show this weekend. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome. So we'll be seeing a lot more of Brad Shepherd and Team BSR. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much. Here with our second place finisher on that one, Sam Slater. What a result that is, though. A brilliant start. Despite the qualifying, you come with a podium away here. P2, still a fantastic result.
Yeah, very happy. Obviously, it's, bittersweet, isn't it, coming second, but I was reeling him in at the end, but I think he had the pace. I just couldn't do anything. Very gutted, but very happy at the same time. Mixed feelings.
I'm sure you are, but we were getting slightly worried during that race because you hadn't done 2 pit stops for quite some time. We're thinking, oh my goodness, what is he going to do here? But you certainly made it work for yourself, but Sean just creeping ahead at the end.
Yeah, and I think the gap was about 4 seconds, and I think the way I played my strategy, I got it down to about 2 seconds, so I think I played it right. But yeah, no, it's just the pace. He was that half a tenth quicker on most of the laps, and he pulled away.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those, but still, you can enjoy the podium, which is currently being carted off onto the circuit now. We'll let you chat with some of your teammates and friends, but congratulations, well done.
Appreciate it.
Excellent
Anthony,
stuff there.
I've got Eliana De Vos here, and Eliano, you had a fantastic tournament, very difficult final. Though. There was a lot of action, and you were in a lot of that action that we saw in the final. Talk us through it. It was hard for us to keep up with what was going on.
Yeah, at the beginning it was quite a mess. So I had to think tactical to do a pit stop, and after that I was stuck with the Polish driver. And after that I was thinking maybe if I'm driving now alone I can drive my own times and my own pace. So I did a second pit stop, and it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was a very difficult one for the Blue Star team drivers generally. There was a lot of up to the front, back, up to the front, back, maybe even a bit of controversy. Were you working together during the race at all, or it's the final, every man for himself?
This race, maybe for Ruben, he helped us maybe a little bit. And for Vika and me, it was like, it's for yourself. Yeah, you have to drive for yourself, right?
It's been a tough final, Eliano. You've been one of the stars of the show up until this point when all bets are off in the final. It's been great having you here. Will we be back next year?
No, I think so.
Well, it's always good to have you. What about the remainder of the year? Are you doing the World Championship? Have you got other national ones on your calendar?
No, the World Championship not this year. I go on vacation with my family, and the other big tournaments like BNC, BRKC, GKC, like
Polish Championship.
Yeah, also.
Yeah, Remy Drazka back in Poland. He'll be keen to hear that one. And hopefully we'll see you next year, Eliano. Best of luck meantime.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Great to have you there. Eliano De Vos, Anthony, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, well, what a final
we'll
that
grab
was.
a couple of extra drivers.
We will.
Here's Kuba Pachulski. We'll get a hold of him.
Get in there. Don't look at me, get in there.
May we talk or no? Okay, well, we can't talk to Kuba Pachulski. He's busy with something. There's obviously some confusion. Have you spoken to Lewis Manley?
I've not. Do you want to go over?
Let's grab Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley, how are you feeling? That was quite a tough final, wasn't it? Very difficult to keep on top of.
Mate, I'm speechless, to be honest. I totally outpaced myself in that final, as I think Vika's got a penalty because he pitted on the opening lap, so crossed the line 5th, and I've got inherited to 4th place. Could have been a podium if I fighted with De Vos, but there was no chance I was going to keep him behind, and I was totally finished. I was glad the race was over, but 4th place and where I was to be the last one in the final, I mean, I'm literally lost for words. I'm so delighted with 4th place.
Yeah, that's amazing. And obviously, very few are on top of the stats like you are, Lewis. Is this your best result in BRKC history?
I wouldn't say best in history because I've had a couple of seconds and a third, of course, but judging on where I was in 10th and the car not as competitive, I think this has definitely got to be one of the my top results in my career. So it's just a shame the semi-final just kind of let me down a bit, because if I would have won, I would have had a much better car for the final. So, but anyway, I couldn't have asked for more. Fourth place, I'm just chuffed.
A fantastic result, Lewis, and obviously roll on next year. In between then, you'll be contesting the track championship at Formula Fast.
Indeed, absolutely. I'll be certainly back next year, hopefully to win this tournament. As you know, this tournament means so much to me, and I really hope I can win 1 year of this, so that at least one title would certainly be icing on the cake. So I'm just lost of words and speechless.
Well, it will be a popular win if you do it. Lewis Manley, we will see you next year for sure, and a cracking drive there to fourth place by one of the main British hopes year in, year out, Lewis Manley. We're going to move on a little bit. I'm going to try and grab Anton Schopler here. He was not in the final, but it could be an interesting chat. Anton, can we grab a word?
Sure.
Now, obviously you were not in the final, but you just missed out.
Yeah, I ended up 13th. I was about 2 points short. I was tied with Dante Dillon, so we were pretty close, and I did better than last year, so I'm happy.
Well, it was a great run into that position. Okay, you missed out on the final. You obviously watched the final. It was a pretty hairy race, wasn't it? I mean, it was very hard to sort of try and keep track of. I mean, okay, there's an extra pit stop, but a lot of action along the way.
Yeah, I mean, from pit stops to passes, there was never a moment on that track where there wasn't something going on. So it was entertaining to say the least, and it was a real good race.
From a commentator's point of view, I almost needed the flag to come out so I could get a fixed result on what was going on. Yeah, it was a tough one. Well, thank you, Anton. Will you be back next year?
You can bet on it.
Absolutely, we'll be keen to see you. What other championships you win meantime?
I'm taking more of a break this year, but I'm going to be doing a KWC in Brazil.
Superb. Well, good luck with that. And we're over to Anthony, who I think is with Seb Miller.
I am indeed, yeah, with Sebastian Miller on this one. Seb, a tough old race that was, but still 30 laps plus 2 pit stops and a lot of talented drivers out there, including yourself, is a challenge.
Yeah, it was a very tough race. I qualified 4th, which was brilliant in qualifying. And then I tried to overtake Ruben Boutens, and I got a bad pass flag, so I had to let him through. And then after that, after the pit stop cycle through, I beat Cuba. And I came 6th on track, and I think it might be a 5th overall because of a penalty. So I'm ecstatic with that. First time into the grand final in a top 5, so I'm very happy.
Brilliant result for yourself, and like you say, the BRKC always brings out, I think, the best of most drivers and everyone who's racing it in the past over the 10 years it's been going now, since 2014, so quite some time. This year, of course, it's a new season, 2024. Has this kick-started your season?
Yeah, I'll be doing a couple of international events around Europe, rental karting events. I'll be going to Spain next, and then the World Championships in Brazil later in the year. So we've got lots of good events coming up, and I'll be able to challenge the best in the world, hopefully, after this result.
Yeah, indeed. You've already challenged the best in the world here in the UK, so when you get there, I'm expecting a P5 or even better. We hope for better, though, when you go out racing.
Oh, definitely. Obviously, it's home turf here, so I'm familiar with the track, but on the international scene, I've got a lot of learning to do on the tracks that we go to, so we'll have to see.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, Seb. We'll see you enjoying some of the festivities here with your other drivers. But yeah, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Anton.
Excellent stuff there for Seb. Well, James Auld is still over here. I don't know if you're chatting.
We've got Luke Evans and Joe Peters in the same team, both from Wales. Let's have a chat here, boys. So BRKC 2024, how has it gone? Obviously fairly quick.
It was a good year, a year of what could have been. I had a first and a third in my first 2 heats, and then not so much had luck in my third and fourth heats. But we'll be back next year to give it another go.
Yeah, well, great show there, Luke. And Joe Peters, it's been an interesting one, hasn't it?
Well, Saturday didn't do too great. I drew 2 horrendous carts, I will say. But then I turned up on Sunday, had a third and a second, so I'll take it nonetheless. 1 point off a semi-final, so bit got them, but hopefully next year semi-finals.
Absolutely. Well, it's possible for both of you. We've seen a lot of people get good results somewhere in the tournament, and that bodes well for the future, because if you can get it once, you probably get it again. So see what you can do next year, boys. Will you both be back?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
100%. This is my best result in BRKC. I've done it 3 years now, and this is by far the best I've done, so I'll definitely be back next year to give it a good attempt.
Superb. You listen there to Luke Evans and Joe Peters. Anthony.
And I'll stress as well that Landau is not the global home of champions, all right? It is not the global home of
Landau
champions.
International, the birthplace of champions.
It is definitely not. I may have just started a war with Wales.
Anthony, we could be in Landau at this rate, couldn't we, next year? Let's see what happens.
Come on in. Come on
so
in, join the team.
We got Zach Venn, the team boss of these guys. Zach, overall feelings on the performance this year?
I'm quite happy with it. I think it could have been better. I had quite tough heats. So maybe next year I'll get some easier ones, but I feel like my pace has improved overall. So yeah, just got to try again really. I'm quite happy with all the team results, to be fair. We've all had quite a strong weekend.
Will this team be back next year?
Potentially. So I think if we would have picked different...
I was going to say half of the team is committed to being back. What about the other half?
Yeah, but I mean, if we get the teams right this time, we had half of the A scoring points and then half of the B scoring the big points. So if we get it right next year, we'll be back.
Super. Well, we look forward to that, and good luck with the rest of the season, boys. And let's see what's going on here.
Well, you've got Dante Dillon right next to you. He's loitering like a rash, so why don't we chat to him?
And we've got Dante Dillon here. Dante, it's been a very lively tournament for you. Didn't quite make the final, but you've been strong all weekend. I'm actually a little bit surprised there weren't enough points there to get to the final.
Yeah, it was very close. I mean, 41 would have been a cut-off a few years ago. So I was a bit like, but it was a difficult difficult pull. Did what I could, just wasn't enough really, but definitely an improvement from previous years, so very happy about that.
It sounds crazy, but as a commentator, the more I talk about a driver, the better that driver is obviously doing. And I seem to have spoken a heck of a lot about you this year, so I was thinking it may be looking good for a final position. Obviously, we've got the rest of the year to look forward to. What's on your mind for competition the rest of the year?
Rest of the year, I mean, I'll do the Belgium one again because I really enjoyed that. I also want a 50% discount on the raffle, so how can I not? Spend it all in practice, get a bit better, and then just a couple hundred really. Just have a bit of fun with that. It's always a great series, and it obviously never clashes with this, which is good. So just a bit of that. That's all.
Well, great to have you. Will you be back next year, Dante?
Oh, of course, yeah, always be back. It's such a great event. They do such an amazing job. Of course, I'll be back.
Super. One of the stalwarts of the series, and we'll see you next year, mate. Well done indeed. Okay, so let's see who else we can find. Russell Landing, can we get a word? Now, Russell, obviously, we've seen you perform at the very top, and certainly you've won races, many races in the BRKC. You won a couple again. That brings your tally up to 10 heat wins, doesn't it? So, Russell Landing here. Obviously, we saw you win yesterday. It was a very strong day. Not able to make the final today, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, as you know, BRKC is full of really tight margins, and I unfortunately made a mistake in my qualifying for Heat 4, so that put me right at the back of the pack. And I wasn't able to sort of bring it back throughout that. And then semi-finals, I always knew I had a lot to do and had a bit of a tough one with the kart draw during Kart 19, which hadn't been performing well. So I took a risk with a spare. And again, that came through well, and that was what Lewis Manley drove in the final. But it's just a case of when I start in cold, it's not going to be very easy to sort of bring it through very quickly.
So Lewis Manley can thank you for warming it up for him.
Yeah, I mean, I said to Lewis, I thought 21 was okay. It's just a case of when starting cold, it's obviously very difficult.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, at this level, the least little thing is going to show up, isn't it? So, if this had been some random little championship, you might have come through. But unfortunately, to BRKC, always going to be difficult.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think it's a case of the best drivers typically do make the final, and the fact that it's so close throughout the field is amazing.
Well, you've managed to win more than once again. Will we be seeing you next year, Russell?
Yeah, it's one of my favourite events, so I'm definitely keen to be back next year. And obviously, having a semi-final position gets me a seeded place for next year. So hopefully, no problems coming back next year.
Yeah, that's great. Well done indeed, Russell. We'll see you next year. So, Anthony.
Yes, well, lots has happened. We've spoken to many drivers. Podium is pretty much ready to go, so we're going to be heading over there in just a moment. But before we go over there as well, we ourselves, as the presenters, commentators, have to choose a driver of our choosing for probably the most gutsy move, the commentator's choice.
Yeah, the Genevieve Reason Trophy, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, what we're going to do, we're going to go off air for this, because if we have this discussion live, we're going to cause a row on social media, aren't we?
I think causing a row on social media is a fantastic idea.
Let's move over here.
Right, okay, we'll do that. We'll cut to a short break. We'll be back in just a moment.
go.
Whereabouts Straight's best stand? Sort of over here somewhere, is that good? Is that the right light or no? I right there. Will somebody be bringing the trophies out to the drivers? Yeah, I'll be doing it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call the Team 1 first, then the Cam Home Masters, Team 1, Genevieve Reason, Cam Home Masters, Female Award, Champion. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the goals.
And teams. That's the Cam Home Masters one, so we'll need to move that one to one side. Yeah. That's probably the Genevieve Reason. Yes, that's cool. And what's that? Oh, the 14 ones, yeah. So that's probably a team. Well, it'll start with a team if that's all right. Yeah.
Ready, set, go.
Start off with the team championship, for the British Rental Kart Championship of 2024. It's been a fantastic event. We're going to have all the teams up, but there's a trophy or trophies only for the top team. So don't go looking for a pot if you're second and third. It's too embarrassing. Right then, so third place coming up here. It is the Dyma V Racing team. Coming up, round of applause. Any representative from that team? Here they come. Third place. Take your spot. Where are they? Anyone from Dyma V Racing? Yeah, well, here they come. They're coming racing down. They weren't expecting anything. And Ivan Shana on the third place. Ivan. So here they come. Dyma V Racing. Third place in the team award. Second in the team award. It was very tight. This time it's BSR Orange. Bradley Shepherd Racing, come on up. Brilliant performances from these guys. Brave effort all round. But once again, the team award goes to the brilliant Blue Star Racing team. Coming up, guys. Yeah, Blue Star Racing coming up, boys. Here they are. That's it. There we go. On the top step, Blue Star Racing. Top step, lads, for the photos. So there it is, Damavi Racing in third, BSR Orange in second, but the champions are Blue Star Racing team. Superb. That's it. Yeah. Superb. Guys, we got the trophies for you guys. Danny here's going to give it to you. Yeah, that's it. So superb, boys. Nice one. Well done. So it was very close at the top there between BSR and Blue Star. Blue Star prevailed this time, and I'm sure BSR will have something to say about it in the next one. So, hey. That's it. Superb. So nice one, fellas. Nice one. So come on down there, boys. That's it. Well done. Now, the next award is one that's actually a very important award. It is a choice award. We do get together and figure this one out. Now, this is the Genevieve Reason Memorial Trophy. And so Genevieve Reason, she was on the staff here, unfortunately was very tragically killed a number of years ago in a vehicle accident, and we award a trophy every year on behalf of Genevieve Reason. Now, those who knew Genevieve will know that she likes a bit of style. She likes someone who's doing it a little bit different, but also is turning on the style on the track. And this year, probably, and this is a clue, because of the world's craziest t-shirt. She'd love that. She'd have probably wanted one. And he also won on the track. Step forward from the USA. It's Ryan Curtin. That's it.
What did I win?
The Genevieve Reason Trophy Award.
Okay.
Yeah, just get on the track. That's it. And, oh, hell. Yeah, do you want to leave? We're going to give him the trophy. It's a different t-shirt, but it counts. Ryan Curtin, Genevieve Reason Memorial Trophy. Not this time. Next year, maybe, Ryan. Next year for the champagne. Now, another award, unfortunately, he also has passed away. Cam Ho, he was actually based here in Milton Keynes. I raced with him in the World Championship a couple of years ago. We shared a room and we got mullered. Now, that is on the track. I don't want any of you acting weird. Cam Ho Masters Award for those who are over 40. This year it goes to Gary Jones. Well done, Gary Jones. The highest scoring driver over 40 years of age. Well done, Gary. Take the top step, mate. There's your trophy there. That's it. Yeah, I'm bringing them. Superb. It's entirely up to you, Gary. So the Cam Home Masters Award goes to Gary Jones. Now, we have a top three here, and they're each going to get a trophy. It is the Ladies Award, and the Ladies Award in third place in this event. Let's hear it for Jenny Tompkins. Third place in the ladies, Jenny Tompkins. Second place, it is Melanie Motts. Here comes Melanie. Second place in the ladies. Big hugs. Second place there, Melanie. Lovely, but taking the award this year, the top spot, it's Selena Belnega. Okay then, so the ladies' championship. Jenny Tompkins third, Melanie Mott second, the winner, Selena Belnega. Wonderful. Melanie, of course, could have probably stayed on the second step and still been the same height as the others. There we go. Right, now we come to the one we've been working for, the overall championship, the Drivers' Championship. We've seen the results on track. There has been a slight change due to a pit stop situation, some controversy there. And third place in the British Rental Kart Championship 2024, it's Eliana de Vos. Come on up, Eliana. Third step there, the third place trophy to Eliana de Vos. Second place, it was Sam Slater. And the winner, making himself a double British champion there. Getting ahead of myself, that's later in the year. It is the BRKC champion for 2024, Sean Briley. Sean, that's your trophy to take back. You also get this one here. Sean Briley, British Rental Kart Champion 2024. Time for the champagne. And there they go, it's Sean Briley pasting Sam Slater. Eliana de Vos hasn't opened his yet, he's keeping his, he's saving his, he's going to be, he's either going to be drinking it or spraying it, who knows. Eliano's saving it for the ferry home. You're all right, well done indeed. So the British Rental Kart Championship of 2024 comes to a close. We have Sean Briley, officially the champion there. He makes that 2 championships to his name. Sam Slater in second, Eliana de Vos in third. And what a weekend it's been. Thank you for joining us on the live stream. And please join us next year for the 2025 edition of the British Rental Kart Championship. Thank you and good night from me, James Auld, Anthony Jordan, who's been in the pit lane, and Scruffy Bear Media, and everyone here at Formula Fast. It's been an amazing show. Join us next year. Thank you and good night.
set, go.